Welcome everybody to the 49th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And today we'll be discussing a bit about the new CO2 kit that'll be it's being released now, and you can see that on the screen. And we'll be talking with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute about all the newest developments there. He'll talk a little bit about the university that's being developed and formed, and some of the newest information on what's happening at the Spaceship Institute lab, which we can also show here. There's a live stream feed going on at this minute from the lab. You'll see in the live stream shortly. So, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin today's workshop?
Yes, as usual. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and whatever and wherever you are, I wish you a good day. We start our 49th teaching on knowledge seekers. I have one of the greatest pleasure to see that the hanging star formation moving. It's been there for nearly 4 weeks, more 6-8 weeks, and our patience has paid off. As you can see, the unit is has moved about 6-7 centimeters to the right of your picture, and is moved backwards by about a centimeter or so in the past 24-48 hours. This is an anti-clockwise movement, and if you could have a look very closely, you see we put 2 markers on the floor yesterday from where it started. It's with a black, what do you call it, flag. Arman has put on the bottom of the left-hand leg on the picture. The system weighs about 11 kilo, so it's not a very light system. And now 4 reactors with less than maybe 2-3 grams of GANs have managed to move it. This is, you see the little red, black flag on the ground. It's actually one of these candle lights you light on the table. We just put a spring and a black tape on it, and you see on the top the ruler. It used to have a red arrow. Now the red arrow has gone behind it because it was pushing it too far. We let it free. You can see how much is moved. The corner of the top right hand side was about centimeter away from the ruler hanging, and you can see how much is moved. So the process has started. We gotta wait and be patient and see how far we can let it go. We have one parameter that we are in this lab for maybe another 3 weeks maximum. So we hope we achieve positioning, or we have to see what we can do in any case. There are, if you have not followed this structure, there are 6 reactors operating in this table. There are 3 on the base, there is 1 on the top, and then you see a white stick on the top of the top board, and then there is 1 hanging from it there, and straight above it you see a splashy silver color. That's the 6th reactor. So these setups are set to keep control, and one of the reasons that the reactor is turning in that clockwise is because of these 2. It's trying to find its balance between the Earth, its own system, and these 2. So it had to move it that way. It was one of the conditions preset to have it moving in a certain direction. And now it will turn in that way and it goes up that way. The system will not fly in one go. As we saw it descending, it will ascend the same way, in a very slow and maybe in big jumps, depending on how the magnetic fields react. There is a parameter which is important not to ignore, is that little orange string you see on top. This is an elastic system. So there is a possibility, if the system at the moment is fighting its own weight, but once the weight is released from the ground, there is possibility that this elastic, which is hanging from, will pull it up very rapidly. And so all this has to be taken into consideration. The system push, magnetic field push, it's very strong. I touched the board a couple of times yesterday, and it's like a leaf, it's just hanging on the surface. It's not 11 kilogram. Are there any questions regarding this?
So are all four legs still sitting on the floor?
The four legs are sitting on the floor, but the legs are made of like a rubber, so they are making skid marks on the floor. We see it's a black skid marks. So we see the pattern of the floor on the what do you call it? On the tiles. But there are other black marks on there. We don't know because we just noticed it yesterday of the movement. But if they are from the past or when the motors was replaced, so we have to see how the pattern turns out. But it's the same kind of skid marks we've seen when it landed.
And I also see that the orange elastic that's hanging, or that the system is hanging from, is being pulled to the right as well. So that means it's stretching even further. Do we know where the maximum of that elastic is?
No, this is one of the elastics you purchase from the sports shops. It's my biggest fear is once the gravitational field is what do you call it, created, that it releases itself, then we could see what do you call it, like a slingshot effect. That's the biggest problem, and then we might lose the whole structure. But on the other hand, the system has been fighting this elastic from the beginning against the gravity. We might get a smooth takeoff too. It's something we do not know. We have to see, to wait and see how we go. Anything else?
But it is stretching further right that it goes.
Yes, it's pulling it. It's pulling it. It's a very tough elastic. It's not simple elastic system. It's a very tough weight, and we have to see how it's going to go. We just got to wait and see. It's an unknown parameter.
We also know, I got a question live stream, that there was a shielding or something underneath of the reactors or the system before, and that's gone. Was that a shielding to try to reverse the fields or something like that?
That is a magnetic plate, and we're trying to neutralize gravitational fields, any residual which comes from under, to allow the free plasma to be built, but it did not make any difference, so we withdrew it. And you got to look at the condition that this unit has been in that position for nearly 8 weeks. And now if you open the picture of the what do you call it, the lab, you can see there is a detector sitting between the hanging system and SSI-1. And yesterday afternoon, Arman introduced his what we call SSI-2, and he has we see an increase in the fields. If you open the picture, you see it on the right side of the picture of the lab. This is the detector. There are two detectors facing each other, measuring. That's SSI-2. If you go further to the right, if you go a little bit to the right, not to the left of your picture, the other way, away from SSI-1, in the direction of Arman's unit, go to the wall. If is that all you see on the picture? Just off the picture of what you see with Arman's, the little helmet, there is a fourth system, which is Marko's hanging submarine unit, just been put up yesterday. We have to find a way for it, or if you can squeeze all four of them in, then you can see the operation of the submergence and the lift. You will see some change of position because we have to see that too. So there are actually 4 units, star formations, 1 double star formation, which is under the SSI-1 in running at the moment. So the floating units of Marko, which you most probably see later on today, it'll be pushed in somewhere, we have to accommodate it. He has redesigned it totally. In a way, I'll give him the microphone, he will explain. Now we are looking at units to be able to lift. With Marko's system, we are looking in the unit to submerge. It's a big ball, he has worked on it, he's redesigned it in the past 2-3 days. He's been working on it. It's a new, and it's for the first time that we work only through plasma condition. I will ask him to explain because nobody has done this before. It's his own, what I call invention. As we said, you at the moment work between the matter and GANs and nano layers. Marko has changed everything altogether. So he will explain how it is designed and how it works in a few minutes. The Arman's unit, he's not here, he will talk about it when he arrives. He's worked on it very hard. It looks like a little helmet on the ground. It looks like a spaceship. What we are hoping to achieve is that once we put the 4 systems in row, in line, then we have a condition of forcing fields to be contained. If you remember a few weeks ago when we spoke about the pyramids, we spoke about the 3 and the 4th in line. One of the reasons I allowed this hanging unit to come into this lab, because it was in the other lab, was to show the work of pyramids. But we have to design it, reorganize it, and in more detail, I'll show the work of the pyramids in the lab in Barry once we set up. It's totally different structure set up there. So you will see the whole operation of the plasmatic magnetic fields as pyramids are made to do, with a 4th set, which will be the hanging one. Is always off center in a specific position, which the position decides the magnetic field pressure on the other three and equal to magnify. This is very important. So we brought that in. If we can implement it before we leave the Sensano, we'll bring it in. But the whole object at the moment is not to interfere too much till we achieve lift on the hanging unit. There was a discussion yesterday here about how come that hanging unit has no, what do you call it, cover, and it works. And I explained now the SSI-1 is creating a shield. It's creating field force positioning for it to hold on to itself. And now it forces a containment, which is a magnetic containment, but we decide how it is. And since we have put SSI-1 near to it, we have enforced it. One of the reasons that the hanging basket did not work for a few weeks was because reactor number 2 in the background was broken down, so it could not build up the magnetic pressure.
Mr. Keshe, there's an interesting coincidence. Yesterday, a news article came out that NASA releases details of a Titan submarine concept. So they want to go to the moon Titan and launch a submarine there that would travel in the hydrocarbon seas and investigate them and so on. So I stuck the image beside the other reactor as a substitute temporarily, but it's nowhere near as good as Marko's idea.
No, I think Marko will submerge before they do. Marko is back in the inside. I'll give him the microphone to explain how he's designed the new submarine unit of his. Just 1 second.
Actually, we discussed this configuration of this reactor a few workshops before we went to holiday. It's star formation in one closed sphere, and it has again 3 base reactors in one, let's say, one flat, and then one of the reactors is a little bit suspended, but all 4 of them are rotating together on one axis. So the whole ball, the whole sphere is rotating together. What I changed after we came back from holiday is that I nano-coated the whole sphere. So on the surface of the sphere there are nano-coated copper sheets, and I connected these nano-coated sheets with nano-coated wires to each of reactors. So each reactor has nano-coated connection from the center of the reactor to this shielding on the surface of the sphere. So this is the main change from the testings 1 month ago. The idea of nano-coated copper wires, which are connected from the reactor to the shielding, is that it's possible to transfer plasmatic fields and somehow balance the fields in each of the reactors, and Also, it's kind of the feeding back the fields which are released and radiated from the free plasma are collected on the edge of the sphere and directed back to the reactors, which are then feeding free plasma in the middle. Okay, that's it. Any question?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify about how the center pin is connected. You say it's connected with the nano-coated wire to the sheet, to the nano-coated sheet.
Yes.
And so you envision that the plasma will go from the sheet to the nano-coated wire. Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, I see. There was a question that might be appropriate here, which is regarding the Fibonacci sequence and the golden rectangle, and which are common proportions in nature. And someone was wondering if that's some of the calculations that are made with the SSI lab is in the proportioning of things, whether it's the reactors or configurations or different lengths of things and so on, volumes. Is there any connection with proportions in terms of these Fibonacci and golden rectangle or doubling type formulas or ideas? Anything there?
First setup, first star formation that we are also now seeing in the video. So this hanging unit, it was reactors were positioned in this golden ratio, so to say. But then, as I remember, Arman and Mr. Keshe changed the top plate, and now the top reactor is a little bit closer to the base plate, so it's not the same ratio anymore. Maybe Mr. Keshe will explain.
So it's something you might experiment with and sort of have general guidelines for, but it's not a strict building code in the SSI, you might say.
Yeah, depends what you want to achieve. But don't forget that that setup was in the other lab a few months ago, and we achieved very strong fields with that setup. And the pyramids in Egypt are also in that golden ratio or position over there. So there most probably there is some relation to this. That are our observation at the moment. Maybe Mr. Keshe would like to add something about this.
We do not measure anything. Only originally with the hanging unit, we tried to do a ratio. It was done, and then when we reset it, it was changed totally, just to make it random. No, there is no, what do you call it? The others are just random picking, especially with like what I call SSI2 or the helmet or the SSI1. It's roughly what we think is about the right time, or the structure has forced us. the 3 reactors on the base of the SSI-1 and the top reactor. The shape of the container dictated the what do you call it, the position of the reactor, and it's very, very tight. It's a few centimeter space for the free plasma, and this, I think, is one of the reasons that we have a problem with this top reactor. As you've seen, we keep on tapping it. Today is going to be replaced. We don't work on the ratio. We just go on the randomness of about the height randomly near enough where we think it should be. Because the motors are pre-made, the holding is pre-made, the pot is pre-made, so we cannot dictate that. If we make everything from scratch, we can. But now in this situation, in these situations, we don't have such a say. There is a question here I saw about the sphere container all filled up with the gas, or it is empty. It's empty, isn't it? The sphere where you put the star formation. The containers, the motors, no, so the cores are filled up with 2 gases. 2 gases. But the sphere where it's mounted in is empty. There's not, it's a normal atmospheric condition air. I saw a comment from the Peace Corps team that the hopes of agreement after Ukraine peace talk. You are doing a good job, the team. We will see the outcome. And thank you very much for your work. Any other question?
Yes, we do have several other questions going on here. So let me see. Vince, do you want to bring out that question that you have there, or how do you want to proceed?
The ones from live stream first. There was one from Doug. It says, are the other sets having influence on what's happening on the magnetometers or the magnetic field monitor that we see? And if one goes up, do the others follow?
It's the catch-up, balance, and enforcing. In the way the SSI-1 at the moment is dictating the condition. The reason for it is it has 7 reactors running inside. I don't know if you have the structure of the internal structure of the SSI-1. There is somewhere pictures of it. This set is more or less, because of its mass of CO2s or GANs of CO2s and copper oxide, dictates a bigger mass. It has 7 reactors, and the total mass dictates the strength. So we are measuring, as you see, the 2.667 is a measure of the fields coming from SSI1 towards the hanging unit. And this is very weak, so it's a balance between the two. We cannot change anything, because then we want to know, as the hanging unit goes up, does this figure changes? We see the interaction between the fields. This is a platform of the SSI1. The SSI1 has 6 base cores and 1 hanging core, and the total mass on the CO2 and the GANs on them is very little. But it's much more than the, what do you call it, you can see there's a core hanging on the top there. This is 7-core setup, and it's very, 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 very powerful. What we've seen here, the field in this set is amazingly strong.
Now it looks like they're all filled with the copper oxide. Is that really just a mix, though?
It's a mix. The SSI2 Armand's helmet has a 3 mixture. Yeah, it has 3 copper oxide, 2 CO2, and 1 CH3. The hanging basket, or what we call the hanging unit, has 3 gas mixture too. So yours is 2. Yeah.
Is that in the same?
Pardon?
Is it in the same ratios as the hanging one?
I think
as
so.
In Armand's?
I remember, yeah. Armand never keeps a record, so we do a lot of guesswork. We are very sophisticated unit. We only
just record everything, and then you have to go back.
Yeah, but here we work on what we call it NASA system in reverse. Everything is done like what the universe does. No records.
Just put together and see what happens.
Just put what happens. Yeah, this is how the nature works, huh? You know,
That's
if you
right.
go back
I was
to
talking today.
Go on, carry on.
No, go ahead.
No, carry on. You were talking today what?
I was talking today with Brett, and we were talking about having systems and putting specific ratios of GANs in the reactors down to the nanogram or milligram or whatever else, being very accurate. But I don't see it that way at the moment, because at the moment we know that the universe works off of just conditions. So any condition will produce an effect. So having it measured down to the milligrams, we'd have to know what the effect is first to be able to measure to that ratio. Since we don't have that information yet, and it's something that we haven't considered or expounded upon, then the ratio of GANs in the reactors is just going to be a random coincidence, or do we have a way that we can get an idea of what we're going to do with that ratio, as in having 2 CO2 instead of 3 CO2, and having 1 copper oxide instead of 2 copper oxide. Can you explain of what the actual ratios will do? And in terms of, we know the copper oxide is more the matter aspect of the humanity and the communication line, and the CO2 is the emotional connection as well as the atmosphere of the planet. CH3 I see as the energy supplier for both, So can you explain some of that, of what's happening with the ratios and where we can look to go with that?
If you go back to some of my original talks, I always said when, for example, Earth was created, God did not bring a scale, so much plutonium, so much uranium, so much whatever. There is no scale. Planetary system, star formation, galaxies and universes are created according to what is available and what fields are made at the time. So there is no measurement in what you do and how the things are created. It is in how you bring the system together, which is important. How you bring the fields to interact. If you go back to the talk of last week, I tried to open the door. We have requested for more information in the past 24 hours. In the flight systems, you do not have copper oxide. You do not have CO2s. For a flight system, as you have a standardized fuel for jetliners, we fill in all the systems with gans of hydrogen too. Then the pressure on the reactors and the current flow within the reactor gans will dictate the property behavior which the reactor will show. What does this mean is that you create a specific plasmatic pressure in core 1 and it shows the property of copper oxide, and instantaneously you can change it to CO2 or to, let's say, zinc or copper, or diamond structure, gans of, let's say, CO2. And a dimension which you have not grasped the whole concept of. In a gans state, you can create the properties as much as the material. In a gans state, you can create the behavior of the isotopes as much as what we know is the base. So you create a condition of the magnetic gravitational field pressure in your cores through the plasmatic flow, which gives you this material what you want. This is very much like what in the health section on Tuesday I just touched very softly. The matter is, which is in the blood available. When the emotional pressure from the body comes in, then you get cholesterol. It's the gravitational magnetic field, plasmatic field of the emotional energy which is within the blood which causes the establishment of the cholesterol. You do the same thing in your reactors. It creates a gravitational magnetic field pressure which leads to behavior property of the material which you want. In reality, even the cancers in the body of man are created in the same way. Yesterday we received, we had a package of needles from Sohail to be processed by Arman for Elia in nano coating. And I was explaining how the structure of acupuncture works in the body of the man. If you take that needle and convert its energy into plasmatic magnetic field of, let's say, iron or nickel or copper or whatever it is, then That gravitational magnetic field of metal creates a stronger field in that region. So it attracts or dictates the position. And that's how the acupuncture works. With acupuncture, when you put, it's very much like the way you create conditions in your reactors. You bring the energy towards the higher mass, because now you dictate a condition. So when you put a higher antenna in, because there is a fundamental point, again, which has to be, and is never been considered. As we said in the health side, the minute you put food or earth enters your lung, or you put food in your mouth, the minute they pass a certain position in the back of your throat, they become and they became, they become and they behave as a Ganser state of matter, not the matter anymore. So they behave as a gravitational magnetic field entity and not as a matter condition. The same is when you put acupuncture pin inside your body, or is put in the body by the doctor. Body is a vacuum condition. The point of the entry and where the needle is, from that point, the metal behaves in a Gans state conductivity position. This is what has to be realized. So now you put in a stronger Gans position, which is a metal. You have to add the total, what do you call it, the strength of the amino acid of the body. And you find out these metals, because of their concentration, have a higher mass. So they extract or they attract the energies from their environment. And that energy is released like an antenna through the center, the way we push the nanolayers and you see the energy coming out. And that's how acupuncture works. It's not that you put a metal in and you release the energies, or it's the whole principle lies and works on the basis of the moment the needle enters the body, from skin down, doesn't matter how deep you put it, the metal behaves in a nano-layer, nano-coating Ganser state of matter. Because now it's in a vacuum condition. So you dictate a pressure point. You do the same thing in your course. That's why acupuncture is very active, it's very effective on a pain, because pain is emotional. The pain threshold is emotional, on what has been said in the emotional part of the brain. So by releasing the plasmatic magnetic field of the emotional side, the physicality loses the energies received, and then you don't feel the pain. In the coming time, we'll release new equipments, we'll show these kind of works very rapidly. It's in the process that we will show, hopefully in the next few months, with the work in Barry, equipments, which you can eradicate illnesses in minutes. Because what you do at the moment, you take medicine in the same way that it works in the body. Now you effectively target the point to its gravitational magnetic field. In the coming time, eradication of the cancer will be in a matter of minutes. This is the way the breakthrough will come. Understanding up to now, you always consider the GANs a nano layer. Now, the next step in the structure of the learning is gravitational magnetic field pressures. Gravitational magnetic field or what you call B12. These are part of the structure of the conversion of the fields of the lymph into the matter. What gravitational magnetic field at a point is dictates what the lymph converts into. And that's how and what the world of science and medicine have never understood. The lymph carries one level full energetic, and that's why it's transparent, energy in the plasmatic gravitational magnetic field. And when, as we go back to the medical teaching, it reaches the skin of the organ, it reaches the position where gravitational magnetic field pressure is of a given strength, it manifests itself in that, in the shape of or in the form of that element. So there is no necessary point of remembering where it has to be the carbon, where it has to be, let's say, zinc or iron or whatever. The body creates gravitational magnetic field of a given strength through the neurosystem and the blood and the lymph, that the lymph in that position, due to the skin or what we call the core cover, the element changes. This is how conversion in the body is done. So now this knowledge has to be brought back into the learning and control of the nuclear reactors, in the control of the, what you call space reactors. And in so many ways, then you don't need to have a spectrum of material. You have the lymph. You have the lymph, and then you decide what space position you want to create gravitational magnetic field of. And on the basis of twinity, you will attract it or be repelled from the position you have created, depending if you create a gravitational magnetic field or your magnetical field or gravitational field is more or less in respect to that position. The structure of the space reactors in the coming time will be all one material, one GaNs. And then the basis of this work for the first time has started by work of Marko this week, with what he just explained to you. What he did today, what he explained by putting a nano center in the CO2 and copper oxide cores. Can you show your reactor hanging it in front of the camera? They can see it, if it's possible. I know it's going to drip some water, but it doesn't matter. Just put a cloth underneath of it. Then they can see what we're talking about. Then you will see that it's the first time that the whole energy transfer from different cores and from the environment is in a plasmatic state. No one has achieved this up to now. It's the first time. Marko spent a lot of time making spheres of copper sheets, what I call films, and then he's placed them around the outside ball. And in the process, before he makes the sphere, he has connected wires to in a position where they go into the center of the cores. And he nano-coated everything in one go. So it's a homogeneous layer. And the fields will share equal power at the same time in the principal layer strength. Because once he rotates, the liquid goes away, and as you've seen, the free ball would dictate. That's what we are looking for in this system, and we'll see how it goes and how it'll show itself. if they balance themselves, if it submerges, or it doesn't make any changes at all. But what Marko has built and has assembled is the first time that we have achieved this. All of you have reactors which they run without any connection to each other. In this way, Marko has brought the whole thing together. You have to bring it somewhere near where the detector is, if you can pull it. It doesn't matter, we have enough space in the middle, you can come in. You got to be somewhere here. Yeah. Oh, you see it now. Because I see it on my live stream. You got to hang it that we can see it. Yeah, I mean, we don't see the core in the middle. You have to, if you bring it a little bit more to the camera, closer, we can see it. Put a chair and put it on it. It's okay, there's no problem. There is a transparent box empty. Put it on it and put it. It doesn't matter, it will not affect it that much because it's not loaded yet. I mean, it's not rotating yet. So what you see is a spherical ball with a weight added to the bottom of it. And then inside this bubble, there is another sphere which you see is grayish color. This sphere has internally fully coated copper film, nano-coated, and it's in two halves. It's a bottom half and a top half. The way Marko has made this is there is like a ring right in the equator line. He has put 3 small Christmas balls on one side and 1 on the other side of this plate, which has created a star formation where the center sits right on the equator line. And he has put the wires which are put on the nano layer into the center of each one of these cores. And what you see for the first time once you start rotating this system is that the system will, it's perfect, Marko. It's the whole sphere is absolutely perfect. It's perfect, it's well positioned. The whole sphere will rotate in one go, which means the gravitational magnetic field created between all 4 cores will be exactly the same. So we take the whole structure in a way of, for example, the Earth. What is between the outer glass and the core inside is what we call the molten metal, or whatever we have, the lava. The core inside will dictate its own gravitational magnetic field, and its loading will decide its position in the water. In the background, there is a container of water which this thing is floating on. In fact, this inner core of what we see is the Caroline core behavior. Whatever happens in that Caroline core will dictate the, what do you call it, the position of this unit in the water to submerge or to come up. You've seen the yellow line is the power supply feed. And Marko has made a frame where this thing is hanging from in the water. So this is all what we'll see, how we'll submerge, and what once it floats or sinks or flies, whatever will be in that environment of enclosed sphere, the bigger sphere, will be at 1G. If we see light on the outer side of the sphere, then anything within that sphere is at 1G, which means you can go 10,000 meters below or 10,000 meters above. If you leave, let's say, a rat inside, you will not seeing it floating. Impossible. It'll behave normal, and this is the future of the space technology. And Marko has made this beautiful gadget, and then with it we will show how this position will be achieved. Then the equator line is more or less near the equator line of the bigger sphere. We might have a lopsided, but if the field strength passes, you will see it will be right. We can put small animals, or we can put small, even balloons inside this unit. You will see they will not float. They behave in the gravitational magnetic field as they are on this planet. This is how in a space in the future we do not float. The floating time, as we said in the past, is the game of NASA. You have full control, you have full gravitational magnetic field, and at the same time you have and you can dictate how much this pressure will be. You want to create 2G, 3G or 10G or minus 2G. Then what you do, you increase the gravitational field or you change the magnetical field in that zone.
So I have a quick question, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
The 1G, is that on the outside surface of the outside sphere? Or where is the G?
It depends on the expansion of the magnetical and gravitational field.
As if you put a mouse in there, you wouldn't be walking on the inner core, you'd be walking on the outer core.
No, you'll be walking between the inner core and outer core, the two plastic spheres you see. Yes, our American delegation has arrived. Yeah, Caroline Milatimin. Arman is on his way. What you call in the space, you dictate where you can even create 1G on the surface of the ball. 1G is created by the magnetic field and gravitational field balance. The magnetical field dictates the outer boundary, the gravitational field dictates the inner boundary. And because it's not a line, you get a spread. You have a what we call a band, which you can live and behave as it suits the entity. Us as human being, we call it 1G. But if you bring another creature from another planet, the 1G for us can be a compression of 10,000 G to him, and vice versa. So even in the deep space travels, in the starship formations, facilities are made that different creatures from different environments can live within the same spaceship, but they have their own environments. It's very much like what we see in the oceans. If you bring deep sea animals up to the surface of the water, even in the same water, they will die because they are used to different compression. In a space, we travel as community, but we create environment that allows each entity to have its independent, perfect life, even though you have communication across. What this means, let's say you have 10 floors, and one floor is for a human being because we create 1G, which is 1G to human. But on the other floor, we need to create a condition of 20G or 100G because the other creatures cannot stand. It's the way they were created. Man has a lot to learn to live in a universal community. Even though on each floor everybody communicates with each other and all participate in the same process. You have, for the first time, as I said, the SSI becomes the center of the seeds of thoughts and pioneering in the new ways of doing things. And with the unit Marko has put up today, we have shown the first stage. It's the first time we are moving from the matter environment and the matter and the GANs environment to total magnetic field environment. Even though the cores are partially non-nano-coated. Once we start this system, we will see results which, even though we cannot even detect them, because everything, in fact, is in a plasmatic condition from the first time. There is no interface between the matter and the plasma. I see a picture of a diver. Are you trying to show us something? Oh, the egg, yeah. You see, we are not the only mad scientists in the world.
I thought this was appropriate when you're talking about different environments for different creatures. Well, this is like this egg seems to survive well in the 30 meters below the surface, but it wouldn't do too well on your kitchen table. It would squash out. It didn't do too well between that guy's hands either, but you know, things happen.
Yeah, you get eaten up or you eat them. Either way.
But
are you there? It's all black now.
Yeah, I'll just run it again there.
If you go back and phrase it when the egg is out, if you look at it, that yolk is very much like the Earth. And the white around it is the atmosphere. It's the same thing. And if you look the way the white is stretched, is the way you create your gravitational magnetic field to be stretched in the direction of the flight. Just watch it. If you look, just see the way he moves his finger and the way the white moves towards that direction. He creates a magnetic field vortex, but in the water, but you see it in the space. You create, if you look, is the mass. It works very much like a GANs state. You see the tail of this.
So I have a question about that.
Go back down a little bit. Can you go reverse? I want to show you something. Go back down. If you can go reverse, where the white hangs down. When you come out of the water, your magnetic field flow will be in that shape. In a way that you see a vortex lit, very bright light, with the bottom or the top of the core in the water. One of the most beautiful things to see, as you show, the NASA is hoping to have a submarine in a liquid space. When the space units come out of the water, you get exactly the same structure as you see the yoke, the bottom, this end, the bottom end, now there. The bottom end where you see at the end of the white will be the same vortex, but the water flies up. That's exactly how you will see it. And it's very bright. It's a silverish bright color when it comes out of water. And you do not see waves. You do not see, as you see, like when a boat passes on the water, you see waves. It's a subtle, and because it's magnetic, it goes back in itself. It's like a drop of water dropping in. But in that state, the water around like the egg is again in a Ganser state, magnetically conditioned. That's why you don't get the waves, because it's totally different. It's not a physical interaction, it's magnetic field interaction. You see, you create the direction of the flow upwards where your field goes, and then once you come out, you get the reverse. The water, which is a different state of matter, will separate from the GANs to a matter state again. And the unit of the new unit of SSI, which Marko has put, we have to be able to submerge it. If we can submerge it and video it, you will see the same kind of behavior. We have a lot to learn from this unit. It's fully water sealed, that no water hopefully can get in. Yeah. And then we'll see it's submerged. We have the pool facility here to do it, but we are here for another 3 weeks. We see if we can do it before we go. Otherwise, it'll be done in the lab in the university. It says SSI underwater department, yes. We got a scuba diver.
So this is also the same thing of what happens to the Earth then with the solar wind, with the tail behind it that we usually see on different meters. That vortex is also behind our planet, and that's also part of our atmosphere. That's right as well then, right?
In a way, yes, but that's a solar wind which pushes the wind because of its strength, pushes the what do you call it, the magnetic field of the Earth towards the back of it. That's a different thing, because the gravitational magnetic field, magnetical field of the sun is very strong. It's like standing in the wind with the long hair. It blows it away from the direction of the wind. That's a different principle, but in a way is opposite direction of the flow. In the space technologies and in the as I've said before, once you start seeing these units flying, in the jetliners of today, you see trails in the end of the direction of the flow of the engine. So the trail comes after the engine and shows, you see the craft ahead and the trail behind it. In the space technology of magnetic gravitational field, you create the direction of the flight, clear a passage. Because you already dictated the line of flight, you find out that your craft is more or less at the end of the light towards you than in the direction of the head. So you don't fly in. If you see very detailed flight of flying objects, you always see the object at the end of the comb towards where the flight is taking place. So you create a field ahead of you, which is in the direction of flow. Secondly, through your reactors, you create a clear passage, magnetic field passage, which your craft flies into. So it's totally opposite to the jetliner flights. And you see it in this egg very easily in this demonstration.
This is what you talked about then with when we were first looking at the GANs and we seen those magnetic field lines where there is no GANs. That's what we fly into. So that's the magnetic field or maggrav channel that you're talking about that's created.
Either more or less, you create an envelope of magnetic gravitational fields. And you fly into it. It's safe. It's of the same essence, and it's the strength which your craft does not need to fight with. There is no friction. Space flights are frictionless at the point of physical contact. Yes, you get it on the edges of the field, and it's extremely dangerous. In some cases, these vortexes, depending, in a way, if you monitor the edge of these vortexes, will give you the indication of the field, the strength you're flying into, if it's weaker or stronger than your position. In time will teach. The system which Mike showed with the 3 rings, these kind of systems are very much creator of these kind of vortexes due to the property they inherit. You will find out in the longer run of the process, I was explaining this to the knowledge seekers in the past few days, is that consequentially you create a flow in the same direction in all 3, let's say, rings. And if, for example, you create the plasmatic magnetic field of the copper in the outer ring, and let's say CH3 or CH4 in the inner ring, and you put CO2 in the middle, in the process of the creating magnetic field flow, the pressure from the 3 on each other will reverse the flow of one of them. Which means, for example, the CO2 pipe in the middle will go clockwise than anti-clockwise. This is inevitable. You cannot do anything because your center cores are creating their field condition, and one of the 3, according to the field strength, will change rotation of direction. This is exactly how has happened to Venus. And when you get this condition, this reflects back into the shielding system. So you have that turbulence and you have this vortex on the edges of your fields, which in a way is like a grinding machine, but you need it for your protection. You see, in so many ways, through the work of the different scientists and people who work now in this field, we are bringing everything together. Everything is coming together in different directions for different applications. We got to see what Mike has added to the knowledge this week, and if we can have any other information.
No, I think Mike has overslept today.
Oh.
Mike did today that was interesting. He posted that he bought some lottery tickets for this lotto that turns out to be close to $500 million, and encouraged people to put feelings toward that endeavor, and that he was going to give half the money to the Keshe Foundation and the other half to start companies associated with the knowledge that's been brought by Mr. Keshe and the Keshe Foundation. So
Can
he
you go on
was.
the live stream? Can you go on the live stream, please, of the lab?
Oh, okay.
Because I can't go there. I'm talking. Just 1 second. Something happened. The motors changed suddenly. We can hear it from here.
Right, it does sound a bit louder.
Something changed in one of the reactors. This was very profound. You could hear it easily. This is the problem. We hear also some
And
noises.
you said Marko's reactor's not loaded, you said, right?
Not. It's loaded. It's not rotating.
Oh, okay.
So, actually, Marko, you can leave it there and then float it. It's in a beautiful position. Just lift it a little bit. It's exactly on the pyramid line. If you move it a little bit to the right, that we can see SSI 1, and you still can see Almond's unit, then we see all 4, and then you can power it. And then we can let it sink.
Over there.
Yeah, it should be safe, please understand, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Carry on, Rick. We just heard a huge change of noise in the motors in the background, that's why.
Right.
So, you were talking about this lottery ticket.
Right. So Mike had this idea that, and he wrote up this Facebook post to encourage people to put positive energy toward this, toward this lottery ticket. And he was giving it with no personal gain for himself. He says his family and himself are okay right now. They don't need anything special, but he wants to give this to the world and to world peace and to bring about the technologies. And I just thought that was a nice gesture to make. And I reposted it in several places, and others did as well. And I'm thinking, well, this is interesting. It's almost like you're invigorating people with hope, which is there's lots of that going around in a way. But this is kind of special.
Maybe that's why he's not here, Rick.
Maybe he won and he's survived. He's trying to find somewhere to stash $500 million. No, I think it was quite an event because people are getting excited about this idea of putting positive energy towards something, and maybe this miracle will happen. Maybe the gods will favor us today in this particular thing and show some sort of input.
Maybe we don't need it.
Well, that's the other factor too.
It be detrimental to us.
Right.
This technology, this time, has to come through man by the man, not through lottery tickets and the influences of other sides.
But couldn't we do a lot more education and a lot more
in time
through the whole
world? You
world?
have to realize the souls have to be ready to receive. By putting money to it, it does not happen. I explained this this week to the knowledge seekers. This process of teaching the technology, the way to come to bring the knowledge of man to a new level, as I've said before, has been tried twice, and this is the 3rd time. There has been a lot of questions in respect to the knowledge of man in and about space and space technology and, for example, the pyramids. Let us unravel a secret. You see pyramids in all locations around the world. And there's been a mystery how it's been done. The knowledge of space and the time when a man is ready to contact what we call to become part of universal community was taught to man thousands of years ago. If the man thinks it's the first race, our generation, which has been to space and seen the earth from outside, I say to you, good morning. You've been mistaken. In time when artifacts re-evaluated and re-translated, you will find the man thousands of years ago was given the picture of the earth. Our forefathers through space have seen the earth the way we see it from outside. And the map of the earth is in the writing, even in what do you call it, in Egypt. But has not been understood what it means. In space, geological effects, as you see, like earthquakes and volcanic eruption, as we see on other planets and stars, is normality. When the first seed of human race intelligence showed itself in the first contacts, when the man moved from Central East Africa into the center towards Egypt, where is the beginning of Nile, man was shown at that point the structure of the pyramids and the working of the communication and energy and lift. Then, for protection of the race, that it will not be destroyed in one famine and in one earthquake or whatever, man was placed in different positions around the earth with the same teachings. In so many ways, Columbus was not the first one who crossed the Atlantic. Man crossed it through the help of what we call friendly touch, to be placed in the positions that will guarantee the survival of the intelligence and the race. And that's how you see pyramids in different positions on this planet. And all built about and around the same time. How did man thousands of years ago went across Atlantic and built, or went into different part of the Asia and built the same thing? The same structure, the same knowledge was given to the race. And man was positioned in different locations for the guarantee of the survival by spreading it. Because we have seen the destruction and elimination of races due to physical interactions. So, if there has been, and they always talk about the mother gene, the knowledge was given to the scientist of the time, the man at the time who understood, and was shown the earth from outside. So, in so many ways, in time, the knowledge was kept to become a secret that the others don't know, that it became a privilege. And then the knowledge got lost because the last privileged man died with the knowledge. And a lot of these privileged people destroyed all the science and all the information which was given to them, that no one else can reach. So maybe we solve another mystery why you see pyramids in the same formation, in the same format, built in different positions around the same time. It wasn't the Egyptians which went to South America or you went to Central Asia building pyramids. For guarantee of the survival of the race, human race were taught the same thing at the same time, and as a tribe spread to guarantee the existence and the survival.
So there really was no place on Earth that you couldn't see a pyramid.
Where we position races, or what you call it, the groups, they built it. This is, in so many ways, goes back to the boat of Noah. They were given the rights to every knowledge, from seed to the taming of the animals. And they're all been spread at the same time. That guarantees, if for example there is an earthquake, let's say in Asia, and the whole race goes, then there is no sign of intelligence. And like a father, you look after all children, you accommodate them and you buy them the best hotels or the best houses that they can live. So the race was spread and the knowledge was given. To build these structures is not that was given to one man and he did it at the same time. You had to allow the multiplication of numbers that could guarantee the building. And at the same time, in the tools and in the writings, when the scientists understand, now that we open the knowledge of the plasma and gravitational magnetic fields, you understand how they managed to move all these stones so heavy in position 2. The tools are not the way it's been assumed up to now. As I said, we opened the movie of the man for the man to see. So the knowledge was given and the race was spread for guarantee of survivals by the people who knew the possibility of the total annihilation of the race. This is why, as I said, you see races. Because at the time, with the knowledge which was available to what we call the guardians, was well known which part of this planet will survive, according to the knowledge which we had from other planetary systems. And if you look, nowhere where the pyramids are set are points of disaster as such. And they have survived, and that's why you see them. You do not see so much pyramids in the earthquake zones, because at that time the knowledge was well available to what we call the guardians, that these points cannot be built in these zones. And that's what's going to happen in 20, 30, 100,000 years from now. That the race will have the knowledge to be able to do and in a way, once it's matured, to join the universal community. There were no internets, there were no, what do you call it, telephone and videos and cameras that they could show each other how to build pyramids. Pyramids were not made by were not assembled by the tools as you have assumed up to now. Very much what you see in the form of the box hanging was available to the people who were lifting tons and positioning it precisely. Some of the rituals to hide the knowledge is still seen in the structures around the planet. At the same time, as I was explaining to the knowledge seekers in the past few days, the love of God, the carrying the information for guiding the man was given at the same time around the same pyramids to men. So, you see Jerusalem. You see South America with their own prophets. You see Central Asia with their own prophets. Once we isolate it for guarantee, or once we place for guarantee, the same opportunity of what you call prophets was given to them with the same message. That in the future, one race of man will not be superior to the others. And that's why we see the spread of faith, and with the same thing. So now, if those who've been reading the transcripts and the writings which is found in different locations near these pyramids, retranslate and redefine the condition in respect to the working of the, what you call, star formations, you will find the tools, and you'll find the first maps of this planet 20, 30,000 years ago, which was given to the man, and our forefathers have flown above to see it, that they could understand it. It was not on the basis of blind, we say you do. It was
Yes, actually, I
understood.
think I've seen that been released lately within the last couple of months, where there's even the map is accurately depicting the continent of Antarctica too, and there is. We didn't even know what Antarctica looked like until they were able to go through the ice with the satellites. And it's very accurate.
We allowed man to see the planet and understand why he cannot join the universal community. And now...
So there was obviously people asking, just like today.
What do you mean?
People asking today, why can we not join the universal community?
You achieve peace in Ukraine, you start a seed. As you know, yesterday out of nowhere, I was just like pulled to the computer, and I just came on, and the Peace Corps team was busy with Ukraine. I had no intention to go near the computer. For me, the day was over, but as the core peace team, you give your soul, you need it, so I came, without me physically knowing that you lot are busy with it. We support totality. And the whole point is, the peace is the cornerstones of entry. In the coming time, once we move to Bari, we will see. In so many ways, I do not discuss, but in a time we'll explain. As of yesterday, in what we've seen here in the Sensano, we have seen the end of kingship and the end of the wars. I will explain one day. Those who thought they were protected and could do what they like on the name of kingship will be brought to the table of justice with what has happened in the past 48 hours. Through their own doing, not from outside. The process has started, there is no change. And at the same time, you cannot do with one or two. We are in, the knowledge is increasing through masses. And with the university, it will become more rapid. And the way we set up the teaching of the university will be much faster. And then we go to the next step. The way the knowledge seekers came here originally, and we saw how they start teaching, they taught through their souls till we got the interruption deliberate. And that interruption was beautiful because it was perfect for us, even if it didn't look good at the time. We have not stopped teaching man, but in a way man has isolated himself through his greed. There has been a question a lot about like Area 51 and the rest. The contact with the man has never been lost. So it's not as we come back in so many ways. You know, like you put agents in places to inform you what's happening. We are informed that the man is ready to join. He's intellectual, he's emotional, and his understanding of his environment has reached a level that he can understand the work of the universe. And so we are here to complete. He's armored.
But this is also part of the greed then as well, because obviously that has been not facilitated to the public and causing a lot of problems that way in terms of their own, I don't know, the knowledge. They want to keep that for themselves. Is that what it is? Or are they, it's just who decides?
Decides what?
Who decides who has the knowledge? Is it us or is it the universal family?
Is the enlightened amongst the men?
The knowledge has always been there. It's just that people haven't chosen to look at it, except for very few, perhaps.
In time, when you go to the seed of the emotional part of the man, you will find all the information. Even how, for example, the pyramids were built. Because in the line of our ancestors, we all been present in that position when one or the other one has been built. There he comes, our American delegation. He looks like a CIA agent with the black glasses, black jacket. Good morning. You should see him. If you had a camera, you would have seen him. It's very much KGB, CIA, walking in with the black glasses. How are you? Good. So we have within the physical structure of the body of the man, the whole knowledge in the emotional part of the man. As I say all the time, the teaching of the Keshe Foundation is not just how to make systems to fly over energy. It's the totality. The prophets were there to teach about the control of emotion, but they never carried the knowledge of the science. And that's why the ones who understood science were always outside the parameters of their religion. For the first time, we put the science and the religion and understanding of the total work of the universe together, that the man now is mature to understand. And that's the reason it's done this way. There are, as I said, the knowledge technologically and emotionally for the man is now ready. It's a fruit that is just maturing. And we are here to give the last chance, or what do you call it, the last leg up, as you say in English. In bringing everything in coherence, everything to be understood in totality. You have all the pieces of jigsaw, now we put the jigsaw together. In a way, we are not teaching anything new than what it was taught 20,000 years ago. But now there is a tool of masses. When the man was taught the first time, was not taught in the language of words, was taught in the language of understanding of emotion, what we call non-verbal communication. Any questions? I think we lost.
I'm just trying to keep up with the live stream. How are you doing there, Rick?
We're all good. Do you want to bring Mike in maybe? I'm sure he'd like to talk a bit maybe about his... We have a picture of his pyramid, copper oxide pyramid that I've been showing here, which is interesting. And maybe we could hear a bit more about that. It might be appropriate. And maybe he has some questions.
Go ahead,
for
Mike.
Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, guys.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, good morning.
I made this pyramid about, I don't know, 6 months or so before I found the Keshe Foundation on the internet. And it's just made out of painter's tape and wood. And I had the extra copper tape that I've been using for my little projects here, and covered the outside surface. I put it in the caustic. It was oriented to the north. I didn't notice it until about 12 hours into it, but the caustic procedure had turned the pyramid black. Kind of surprised me. So you can see my uncoated pyramid beforehand. It was sitting on top of the table. That was my reactor. So that's all I've got on that. It looks
How
pretty.
is your experiment going on with other things, yeah?
I have lots of experiments going on.
Do you
Quite the
sleep
mad
or do you
scientist
eat?
here.
I think Mike's gotten bitten by the bug, and he's been doing just about everything that he can imagine, or anybody can imagine, and all at once as well, and dove right in with 2 feet at the same time, basically. And what was it, last week or the week before? There was some things brought up about GANs and so on, and safety issues and that kind of thing. But Mike has been very good to let people know as he goes along when there are issues and safety things, and to really educate. So it's good to see that when somebody, people catch on fire with these ideas, and they just go with it. So it's good to see that there's feedback back and forth on it. Yeah.
It's a very, very
You've heard
exciting
of
times, really, but it's terrifying at the same time.
I think very soon, you know, we heard about the computer game widows, and we heard about other kind of sports widows when the husbands are forget about the marriage and they spend all the time on the couch playing computer game. Well, soon we'll have Keshe Foundation widows.
That is me. My wife went to
Where the
go
husbands
visit.
spend all the time there. Oh, that's before
Yes, my
you
wife went
quoted
to
it.
go visit somewhere. She's been gone for a few days. She let me have my time.
We have to open a sanctuary for for lonely people.
She's.
Keshe Foundation.
I know she's listening because everybody under the sun seemed to send me messages yelling at me to get up, and I jumped out of bed. My brain finally let me get up.
Oh, the rumor was true. You really were sleeping. Okay. We thought
How
you
is your
had so much
Um,
excitement.
I was exhausted.
Was it from all the excitement about the lottery, or how did that work out?
I don't know yet. This I know it's because of all of the Keshe Foundation. It's part of the enlightenment process, I believe. And this whole process of learning everything about nature, and your brain's expanding, and you're using a lot of energy. I've passed out a lot. My light switch turned off, and I would just go to sleep randomly, and I'd wake up 4 hours later, full of energy, ready to go, looking up something new. So, yeah, it's been
how is your
a
seed
journey.
experiment? Sorry, how is your seed experiment going?
They're still growing. I left a note, or I sent another note with Rick. I don't know if he could read it yet or not, but the all the vegetables and everything that I planted a couple weeks ago are still alive, still growing. We've had pretty warm temperatures here the last few days, so the ground is warmed up and everything is just getting ready to shoot upwards. So they are temperature dependent still, even from seed. But they don't stop growing and they don't die, I've noticed. They just slow down. All of the corn, observations from the corn is that after day 2, they were about 4 inches tall. They really haven't grown much, but they're kind of like a vine. The corn is like a vine right now. It's really long. I didn't get any pictures of it this afternoon, but it's long, but it hasn't opened up any leaves yet.
Have you, by any chance, cut one of the seeds after soaking in the guns to see if there is any visible change in the structure?
Honestly, I don't know enough about a seed to
do such
know
a
the
thing?
difference.
Oh, okay. Have you kept any
And
of the original seeds without planting them?
I have several of the seeds, but I used all of them. Not all of them, but I mean I used a majority of them when I was planting, because I was planting so many. Excuse me.
Try to keep some seeds without planting that it can be used for reference, especially the packaging, because these can give us a reference back if we need to do some investigation in the future.
All right. I mean, my wife has gone crazy with the planting of everything. We have a garden area that it's pretty drab by itself, and we've just decided to go ahead and redecorate all of it in plants that are being grown with CO2 and doing a before and after picture.
Oh, so she's been bitten by the bug too.
Oh, yes. She believes in magic. Let's just say that.
Okay, let's see how magical it becomes. How's your position with your ganses? Any development?
Kelron Ion, I've been collaborating with him and several other people, but Kelron has told me that black GANs was important, being produced. I remember listening to a workshop where somebody had used a magnifying glass and it had changed color, and you said that it was all right. And I had done it, and it turned black, and I tossed it out. I can't recreate it yet. I don't know. I was still young. I wasn't ready for it yet, evidently. But I guess it's important. I'm not 100% sure, except for it's the purest form of CO2. But that was my...
Are you saying black GANs is the purest form of CO2? Is that what you're suggesting?
I believe so, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't seen the full spectrum of the rainbow yet in the elements. Just the ones that I've looked at. So, but I took the magnifying glass through a glass jar in salt water and CO2, and the conditions were just right that evidently it needed to turn black. It did put off a lot of energy, but I didn't know what to do with it when I made it. So I'm still trying to recreate it, and I was working with Kelron, and he said it was a breakthrough. I don't see it as a breakthrough. I think everybody would know it, but I feel like I've been trying to catch up with everybody, and now everybody's looking up to me. So I'm not quite sure where I sit in the scope of things.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble.
I think we all sit on the same level.
The teachers,
and that's the thing, is what you do.
Students.
What you do. Oh, go ahead, Rick.
I was going to say the teachers become students, the students become teachers. It's quite interchangeable. Go ahead there, Vince.
Yeah, that's the point, is that, and I think that's the point of what Mr. Keshe has been trying to describe, is the fact that there is knowledge, and the knowledge that we have, if accessed, due to experiences in a person's life, then you might know more than me because of those experiences in your life, that's able to provide you knowledge for what you can understand now with what's in front of you. So this is why when you say you're a student, everybody's a student, because as you have shown, just by your experiences, you have done something different than the rest of us. And, now you have people that are trying to look up to you to see what they can do that you have done. So it's not a position of just listening to the teacher. It's a position of trying to share the knowledge that you can understand, and it might be different than what I can understand, but it does not mean that it's not correct.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I just have the ideas, and a lot of my reactor ideas are, I guess, just more efficient ways of, creating the same situation as the ping pong ball or the spinning reactors, the round reactors. So, just try to think of it and make it look as aesthetically appealing as possible, because that's what people enjoy. And when they enjoy it, then they learn. So I've tried to answer as many questions as I can, And I apologize if I come off as a, I guess, a know-it-all. My wife has pointed that out to me. I don't mean to. It's, I don't know. I wake up and I just know it.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I do know exactly what you mean. It's a matter of you have a lot of information in your head, and you need to be able to expel it, in my terms, to be able to pass it on to other people. And sometimes that can be a little bit harsh, but that's just because of the knowledge or info that you have in your head that you can't keep in there. It has to be let out to allow for more in.
Well, I started my blog, the Universal Stone Teachings, for the Keshe Foundation, to kind of be my dump for things. But then I started doing things and talking about things that people didn't know anything about yet, and so I didn't want to post it until I had confirmation and permission. With the people stalking everybody on the internet, everybody's looking and all the secrets and everything. I'm tired of the secrets, so that's what got our society where it is today, is all these secrets. So essentially I started the blog for that. You guys are looking at all sorts of ideas here. The white ones that are on the screen now.
There's a question from Elia about something about an LED. You had a question about an LED? Something about something you asked Elia about on Facebook?
A light emitting diode?
Yes.
Really, Elia, you want me to talk about that? All right. My brain tells me that I've figured out how to transmit, I guess, or move material objects from point A to point B using an individual's unique electron. They have, when the blood GANs is created, the entire body of the man is encompassed into his GANs. And when it's in a GANs format, the electron is unique. It's like having a fingerprint, I guess. That's the way I see it in my head, that each electron in the blood GANs of a human contains all of the data of that human stored in that electron, and that electron can be moved from point A to point B or recreated. Is that true, Mr. Keshe? Because that's what's in my head.
Explain more.
All right. Well, with the GANs, whenever we're creating GANs, we're taking, in my head, I see taking a bigger object and shrinking it down into the size of an atom. Right? Everything is all crammed into the size of an atom. So it has its protons, neutrons, and electrons. When it's down in the GANs, I guess my question is the electron of a human in the human GANs, is it unique, like their fingerprint or their brain matter folds or their irises? Is that electron unique to an individual?
The information on RNA is unique. The structure of DNA, no. If you hold the RNA and open up the total energy in one, let's say, proton, in one instance, you can create the structure of the body of a man with one intelligence of one RNA. What does this mean? It means a proton in the level which creates its own gravitational magnetic field sphere to exist for millions and billions of years, it means it has to release energy as a constant speed and strength for it to be physically detectable at that point. So let's say if you have gravitational magnetic field energy that one electron can manifest itself, or one proton can manifest itself for 100 billion years or 100 million years, and you bring it in one instant and cut that into the strength of, let's say, amino acid, which the totality of a body of a man is built on all the other energies, and you can add the RNA to it instantaneously, you can make from one proton the whole body of the man in total physicality, let's say for 1 day.
Wow. Okay, so is that quantum entanglement?
No, it's the division of the power of the magnetic gravitational field. And then if for that 1 day you can add to it the RNA, which is the memory sequential part of the whole structure, then you'll find out all the structures will position themselves where they have to be. One part will make the heart and one part will make the eye. But then you have the entity for 1 day. Because that's the amount of energy they have.
Okay. So from a proton and RNA.
You do not need to carry the man across if you can carry his RNA. The whole information is there. It's just like you taking a CD, recording everything on it. Doesn't matter where you take the CD. You can play it on Earth, you can play it on the moon. Then you can add that information to it. Then you can build the body of a man. That's why we always say it's the emotional part which dictates the physicality of the man. And this is what we explain. With a drop of blood, you can carry the totality of the man. You don't need to carry the man itself, because the blood carries both the emotional and the physical part with it, which is what you need to establish life. And in that point, what it releases, it dictates how the man will look in that environment. On this environment, we need 2 legs and 2 arms, but we can carry ourselves to another planet. We have 20 legs and no arms, because we need to be a good runners to survive.
And Mr. Keshe, that RNA can travel through space and relatively intact, right?
In so many cases in deep space, very much like now you're keeping the gene bank for the seeds or whatever in case something happens, a large number of entities are kept in that formation. Because the environment for them to develop according to their structure of their DNA has not been found yet suitable. In time, if let's say we see inevitable the annihilation of human race, we already have enough information bank in the RNA from this race to replicate it somewhere else where the right environment can be found.
Mr. Keshe, do all beings have RNA, or is that just peculiar to
You have
our
a fingerprint,
sector?
of course. Yes. You all have. This is the way. Once you find multiplication way, you have an RNA. That's your recording. That's how you know to do. This is the process we started in the lab here. RNA means remembering how to multiplicate and replicate. I don't call it RNA, I say it's a recording or remembering, what do you call it, sequential. You don't need to carry the body of the man. This is what I explained a long time ago, and now that you go deeper and deeper in the science of the creation, you understand how and why it can be done. There's been a lot of cry, we need to save this planet. No entity has ever lasted for eternity. Those who cry, I'm an alien and they have to do this and that with me, and they give talks in back that he's an alien and the rest, that's their problem, because they don't understand we are here to save. It's the short-mindedness of them. Without us, there wouldn't be a human race even at this level of intelligence. The race of any kind has to have the environment for it to exist. And when you destroy the environment, it cannot exist. You've seen it with all the animals on this planet. And the Earth is no different in the universal community. It has a lifespan and it will not be here. The ones who want to protect Earth from what they call aliens and others who are here to support, this shows they have no understanding of the creation. And they better not to be part of the human race, because they are the cause of the demise of the race. No planet, if you understand the division of a neutron to a proton and electron, you understand even the smallest has not have or does not have the ability to be there all the time, because the life in the universe is to give and to take. And it comes to a point that when you give more, you do not have enough to sustain the taking. And then you divide, and you divide. If a neutron cannot exist and it divides, how can a bigger planet like Earth does? Or a solar system? Because through its division, a new cycle starts. And those who fight for Earth have no understanding of the reality of the creation. Because without intervention and in bringing man to save his race out of the situation which every planet comes to, then there is no Earth. In fact, these people are the enemies of the race and the supporters of the race. Embracing the reality is the problem of the lack of understanding. You cannot carry the physicality, but you carry the information of the physicality, and when the time and the place is right, the information will regrow. Did man or was man introduced to this planet this way? No. Man is a race on his own. It's created through the conditions of the environment of this planet. Are there peoples who are of the different origin than the planet? Yes, because they found the environment to live amongst us. Any other question?
Well, going along with the electron portion of that and the uniqueness of every living being due to DNA, does that mean that all stars are different too?
Of course.
All right. Well, with
Every
that being
star,
said,
if you look, pardon, carry on.
well, with that being said, and the star is unique, is a coronal mass ejection the male version of the repopulation of the universe? Is that also the reason why it's constantly expanding?
The universe is very much like supernova condition. It's very much like the division of a neutron to a proton and electron. The universe expands in the environment of what we call the unicos. As long as there is room for it to expand, and as long as the other universes can receive and accept what this universe is giving. And when the point of the balance comes, as we said, when the gravitational magnetical field, one of the two passes the other one, then when, for example, magnetical field reduces, that it reaches the level of the strength of the gravitational, you have a balanced surface, and then because you're in a liquid state or a plasma state, the surface goes below, the atmosphere goes below the physical surface, which the gravitational field, the strength allows. So that surplus is released into the atmosphere or into the environment. And then you find, because you lost part of the mass, you find reduction in gravitational magnetic field, and then a new atmosphere is created. The release of what you call from corona leads to the reduction of the gravitational magnetic field strength, the mass of the star. And it gets to the point that this cannot be sustained, and then what you call the total opening. The gravitational field goes so centralized, becomes so heavy, that the magnetical field cannot be sustained to a point. And then it comes to a point of balance. The surplus on the top is released. It's very much like peeling an orange. The top peel is released. And then you have that as an energy released into the plasma of the star, and part of it is released into the plasma of the galaxy and the universe. And then you have the new balanced situation, what you like to call the red dwarf or a reduced section. The smaller version is at a point where the new balance between the magnetical and gravitational field is reached. The surplus, which is released in what you call supernova, is all in a plasmatic and very much like a lymph condition. Has no entity of the matter. Till it arrives at a point in the plasma gravitational magnetic field strength within the shell of the star, that can manifest itself as matter. There is no fusion as has been assumed in the world of this creation of the universe, and has been another fallacy in the science of man. In your body, when the lymph reaches the point of the gravitational magnetic field of the cell of a heart, it becomes a cell of a heart. And the same lymph, when it reaches at the point of magnetic gravitational field of the tissue of the muscle of a leg, it becomes the muscle of the leg. So the same thing happens in a supernova. The plasma is released, and at the point, depending on the gravitational magnetic field within the cluster of the solar plasma, then the materials are produced according to that strength in that region. So now, for example, with this gravitational magnetic field of the new condition in the galaxy and the position of the galaxy in the universe, allows a new condition that new materials which we could not be produced before in this solar system to be appeared. And then at the same time, the ones which could be produced before, now because of the change of the position, strength, cannot be produced anymore. Most probably you cannot find any more gold once this, what we call our star, goes through its gravitational magnetic field balance. Even though we can see a structure of the gold in the universe somewhere else. Fusion, the way they say that all the atoms fuse and becomes like iron and the rest, is a fallacy because they never understood the conversion and the work of the gas and the work of the working of a plasma in the universe. It's the gravitational magnetic field strength of the environment which decides what matter will be appeared, and the speed of the current flow through it dictates the solidity. You have the pressure, now you have the spread, and then now you create a current, which is the flow of the magnetic field amongst the plasmas, which then decides another factor of what material in what position in respect to the pressure and the flow of the information across the plasma.
If I may interrupt for just a second, Mr. Keshe. The reason why I was asking if every star is different is because there's a lot of people that are being hung up on the perfection part of, you know, measuring down to the atoms. And I don't think it really matters, because if every star is different out there, then what you create is going to be different. It's going to be unique, just like those stars. And you don't have to get caught up on the perfection of everything except for an exact replication. And exact replication is a copy paper and is boring. But express your creativity, I think, is what I was told or being told or trying to convey.
Yeah, your uniqueness comes on due to a few factors. One of them is the gravitational magnetic field balance, or what you call the mass. One, it comes from the plasma which this mass creates. One comes from the gravitational magnetic field of the environment of the star where it is. And then at the same time, every entity, even the neutron in the furthest distance of this universe from the center, their size, their shape, their conductivity, their release is dictated by the center mass in the center of the solar universe. Even though we think it's just a star on the edge of the universe, that star, its whole operation through gravitational magnetic field, because it came originally from what you call what I call the black band, or what you call the black hole in the center of the universe. It has its connection because it came from it. That dictates its size and its strength and its position and how it can interact. So doesn't matter how unique you are, your position, the shape, the size is in a way controlled by the central mass, which is in the center, what we call the central black hole line. And then once you become a multiple of these that you can make decision, then you become and you receive what you call intelligence, or you receive the emotion, what you call the soul. And then in the same way as the central core black hole in the center of the universe has dictates and affects and touches the electron or a proton on the edge of the same universe, so is this love of the creator, goes through the same channel. Then if you have collectively, then you understand the creation.
Thank you, sir. I'm trying to move along quickly so you can talk about other things that that might be important.
Go ahead. We are learning from you. It's very nice the way you're working.
Well, thank you. Everybody's helping me. The next one is Dr. Elia's fault. If Rick, you can pull up the picture that has the white wheels on it wrapped around a circle with the pictures on top, it looks like a plus mark.
What?
That is going to pull up the picture. We
don't see the picture. Shall we refresh?
That's just time delay.
No.
But I spent $35 on Amazon and I bought a box of Tinker Toys. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, we want to see that. We were looking at it yesterday. It's gorgeous.
The concept came to me, just messing around, my own curiosity and the things that I had. And I was playing with this. And about 5 minutes later, Elia sent me a link to a video. And the video belongs to, I believe, a Bulgarian gentleman that presented the concept to you, where the ring, similar to this setup here, has 8 wheels on it, and they all spin together. When you're looking at it from the top, it actually creates a spiral with the plasma flow. And I don't remember his name offhand, bad with foreign languages, but the concept here is to put the GANs at the ends of the tubes. If you're going to spin them,
That's how you got it.
is it possible to get the same results using the equivalent air pressure instead of spinning it?
Magnetic pressure, yes, not air pressure.
Okay, so changing with the nano coating in general?
Could create, yes. If you could create
Okay.
a nano coating of copper and let's say plastic, and you put, let's say, something in between of the middle strength between the two, then you can create a, it's very much magnetic field pressure you create due to nano layering.
Okay. The
Can we look at your
round
Tinker Toy
versions.
car?
I'm sorry?
We saw a unit which has got, yeah, it's like rotating system. The one you were showing. It's not from him. Ah, okay, no problem. Carry on.
Are you
sorry.
talking about the video, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, the video.
Okay, yeah, that video is from Stanimir Petrov, I do believe.
Yes.
That's the one you were talking about, Michael. And you had that on your YouTube channel, I do believe, or your Facebook page or something. You shared it.
Yes.
Did you
Dr.
send the
Elliott
link
did it.
to Rick at all? Does Rick have the link for that? Rick, do you have that at all? No.
I didn't. Yes, it's on my Facebook. Dr. Elliott
Let me see
actually
if I
tagged
can
me in it in his page
find
because I
it
told him,
here.
thank you for the inspiration. But the concept of this, if there were 8 wheels, according to the gentleman that made the video, it would 8 wheels with 8 points coming off of each wheel would produce a spiral motion as the points meet in the center. Light travels most efficiently and effectively in a spiral, not in a wave. So the pictures that I see in my head, I can actually see the spiral coming off of this white hunk of plastic we call Tinker Toys. If you stack them on top of each other, you have essentially created, 8 rings in one red. I don't know how to explain this to the world. The red Tinker toy has 8 white things sticking out of it, tubes that would hold the GANs. Each one of those tubes has either the same GANs in it or a combination of GANs. When it's laid down and stacked on top of each other, the certain ones could be locked into place, creating the tri-point of the starship formation, the bottom side. Yes, there's a video. If this was to be working in motion with the plasma, this is what I generally picture in my head. Can everybody see the video now?
Yeah, it should be on live stream there now.
You're awesome, Rick. You can picture the spiral of the movement of the plasma as it's doing it. Sorry about that.
So what you see all depends on your perspective on the situation too, right? What looks like a spiral from one direction looks more like a donut type flow or a vortical flow in a different direction. Interesting.
Yes, the side view, like we're seeing now, it looks so complicated and so intricate. The simplicity of it is beautiful.
Can I interrupt for 1 second, please? I had to leave for whatever reason, and I explained, you understand in a minute. As you know, the Peace Corps team have been working on the situation with Ukraine, and I advised last night, as I said, I went to their meeting on the live stream, and I advised them to pray, to direct their attention to President Putin. President Putin in the past 1 minute has announced the peace has been agreed in Ukraine from the 15th. The ceasefire starts from the 15th. So I would like to thank for your work and the effort you put in. Your work has
Yay,
been
congratulations.
announced by President Putin in past 2 minutes. It's been announced by BBC.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Please, anytime peace is attained, this is what our goal is.
No, because they were working last night on it, and now you received the news.
Awesome.
Carry on. Sorry about that.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah. I completely forgot about that. Maybe it's money isn't the true jackpot. Oh well. So, but the stacked one, where you see the 3 stacked reactors, they can be, if the plasma can be achieved in each tube individually, then you can mix and match different types of GANs in this kind of a reactor to see the kind of reaction that you're going to get. If you stack them on top of each other, I'm sure there's creative enough people out there that can get them to spin in opposite directions, creating even funner things to look at and enjoy. If you're able to look at the end version or the end picture of it, you can see the 3 points, for the star formation of the equilateral triangle. And yes, right there in front. And then you get the multiple dynamic reactors, but each one is interacting with itself. You can either make this stationary or spin each level. But the plasma interaction is on multiple levels. Right now it's beyond my comprehension, and even with just the 3 stacks. But wow, there's a lot of information there with Tinker Toys. Thank you very much. Any other questions for me?
Yeah. Just occurred to me it would be interesting to show some of these images and discuss them perhaps in the children's workshop. This is the kind of thing that kids can relate to, but at the same time you can impart some pretty deep ideas and concepts. So
Well, that'd be great. Anything to help the kids. I opened it up and it took me 5 minutes to create what I had in my head. And it took me another 5 minutes to create the red and white one that you saw. If there's static, then you can put the materials in it and put it a certain way, and let it be there, and it will build over time, just like you do in any other static reactor. So it doesn't necessarily have to be spun. Use plasmatic pressure to combine the GANs. So, whenever you create the environment in there, it should behave accordingly. So, as long as your environment is exact and you know what the recipe is in the kitchen, you can make the cake.
And there is a saying that the model is the thing itself too. So perhaps making a model like this image we see now is actually in a way a spark of the thing itself, that a more dynamic situation. It's a reminder of that.
Well, what I've intended to do is to take the best part of the sphere, which is the equator, which is where the magic happens first, and I put it into this disc. I just cut the top and the bottom off of the sphere.
I knew it. That's why I wanted to check.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. My microphone was open. Sorry about that. It's
Okay.
just I just showed on the phone the news that Putin announces Ukraine ceasefire. Just about as it was coming through world news, I said I had to leave. I left without you knowing to go and pick the phone in the other building, and it was there by the time I arrived. We are aware of what's happening, but now is the next step. And BBC World has just announced it.
Rick, can you pull up the last email I sent you, please? I know he's about to leave, but this is important. People want proof, and here's a concept of proof that they can, be able to visually see a star being created, I think. The concept came from a CERN video, CERN, that I had watched. I'm not sure if I was supposed to watch it or not, but it came up using hydrogen and bowl magnets and high voltage to create a sustained plasma ball in the middle that looks strikingly similar to a star. The black points on the ends are actually supposed to represent like the guy wires holding the magnets apart. It shows the flow of plasma. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that CERN was not nano-coated when they did their experiment. and I do not have the resources for this to be done the way I've drawn it. But nano coat the inside of it, nano coat the bowl magnets. Each polarity is, obviously you can see there, north being on top, the south polarity on the bottom, being suspended by wires. The flow of hydrogen goes from negative to positive for the flow of electricity. So I put the north on top. The flow would go through and in the center be concentrated, and the plasma is condensed and held in place by the magnetic vortex in the center of the bowls. They have an opening in the center, a hole. As the magnetic field is charged, then the hydrogen is ignited and you have a sustained plasma ball. If we nanocoat that, let's say nanocoat neodymium, for instance, I believe that this system would be able to achieve lift fairly quickly and be adjustable by the voltage.
Excuse me. Hold on. Go back to the beginning and explain exactly from scratch your drawing. We have all the facilities here to test this within the next 48 hours.
Alrighty.
We have the hydrogen, we have the environment, we have the magnets, and explain it, we can test it. Go from the beginning.
All right. The entire container is vacuum sealed. It has hydrogen gas flooded on the inside. The magnets are suspended by wires. These are pretty thick. My
What
son
do you
drew this
mean by
for me.
magnets? What do you mean by magnets? Where are the magnets?
The magnets are in the center. What you see is the bowls. They're magnetic bowls. Each half of the bowl is a single polarity, a bipole, a north and a south. It's being suspended or kept apart.
How many magnets? Can we do it with one magnet?
This isn't a definition of a magnet, a north and a south. So when you complete the two, you're actually completing the circuit with a north and a south magnet.
I think what we can do.
Magnet.
Let me expand on something. We have here Faraday rings. We have here coils, which are part of Tesla coil setup we have. We can place these opposite each other because they have a mounting, and then we have the facility to create a vacuum here to minus 10, 12. Then we can induce current into the rings to create a gravitational magnetic field. That one goes as north and one as south. I think we have one of 5 or 6 rings. We have one of about 50 rings, plates. It's part of the Tesla system we bought from Professor Miles. So we can give a spectrum of magnetic field without actually limiting it to the material like iron or any other magnets material. Would that do, you think?
I'm not 100% sure about the magnets. I've been growing up knowing that neodymium has special powers, so I'm assuming that all magnets are neodymium for the purposes that we're seeking. I think that these magnet bowls are neodymium that are painted, and designed for high heat, because I know that in the video that I watched, when they pulled the magnets apart, they showed one of them. It was all burnt, so it wasn't contained. And I believe that the nano coating will actually.
Sorry, buddy, we had a glitch there in the broadcast. Restarting the Skype call. Apologize to people on live stream. We're coming back online here. Okay, where were we before that somewhat rude interruption?
I think, Mike, you were just describing your system. We need to find out from Mr. Keshe where we left off on that, because I'm not sure how long.
We were talking about the magnets, the neodymium.
The coils.
If somebody could get on YouTube and do a search for.
It's the primer fields you're talking
CERN.
about.
No, it's not the primer fields.
Oh, it's not.
CERN, CERN, a formation of a star or something like that. As far as a YouTube title goes, it's only like maybe a minute long or 2 minute long video, but you can see a visual of it happening, the creation of a star. But they're using extremely high voltages, I think, to do that. And with the nano coating, I don't think you're going to need as high a voltage, or even.
I see a picture. I see a video coming through from the SSI.
Yeah, till you find that picture, we show you what we have, Mike. This is a plate, if you can see it, of rings of different distance.
Oh, just give them a sec to get it on live stream.
Just getting it up here now.
Pardon?
Just getting it up. Yeah, just coming up.
Just waiting for it to get it on live stream here. It just takes a moment.
Okay, I see it with the rings.
You can see it. Yeah, these are copper rings. We have different dimensions of it. If you see, this is much tighter, and the other one is much looser. And we have another one. I think we have 4 different sets of number of rings on the disk. This allows us to create, in the way we put them, if you look at it face to face like this, it allows us to create a gravitational magnetic field like a plasma in between the two. We can power these separately, we can put this even in a vacuum condition in a gas chamber, hydrogen gas chamber.
Okay, so it's wireless and you're using induction?
But then we are fixed with this, aren't we? The magnet is fixed.
Are those nano-coated copper coils, Mr. Keshe, inside there?
Pardon?
Are those nano-coated? Is that a nano-coated copper inside?
No, these are ordinary rings. This is part of the, what do you call it, Tesla coil system, which we bought from Professor Mile 3-4 years ago. We have duplicate. Arman has 2 magnets control with him. Show it there. You're on the camera. We have these were a brake system taken out of the motors which Arman used to use. We can put these in the coil in a vacuum condition and put a gas through and test the validity of your work or what you're testing. We can do it within a matter of hours here because we have the vacuum system.
It's monofield.
It's
goes out or not?
Yeah, it's a monofield, he says. So we can test this by next Thursday. We can tell you if the theory is correct.
You should be able to create a very tight, controlled plasma ball sphere, and it's as bright as the sun. It's just plasma. It's plasma as we knew it before I knew what real plasma was. It looks like Gosh, what would you
I've
call it?
seen this.
I think he's seen this video
I
and
was trying to replicate it the other way around. Yeah.
I do know that in the video, CERN said that there were certain patents that were in place in it, but I know that an exact
If I
replication is for a patent, and I'm not trying to exactly replicate this because I want to nanocode it, and therefore I'm changing the format.
no,
But
you need
CERN
a
doesn't
high
have any ideas of wanting to help people, and this will.
No, we maybe there is an alternative compromise between the two, is to put a nano plate in front of the two. We can nano code the whole unit.
Yes, from the inside out, everything on the inside is all nano coated. The wires, the bowls, the inside of the chamber, everything is nano. Coated on the
We have the
inside to
facility
contain that
here.
plasma.
We have the facility, and you gave job to a man who craves for this kind of thing. Armon will jump on it. I already received the copper foil. There we are. Yeah. If you do it that way. Yeah, so
We
what
do
he
it in
can
a
do,
different.
if what it is, what Arman says, we can put a magnet inside this coil in the aluminum, in the copper foil, and nano coat it, and then do the same with the two, and place it in oxygen in a vacuum condition. And we have the wires to this, which we can induce very small amount of electricity and test the validity if we need to do it. Do you think that will work?
Does that electromagnet
I
require
believe
a certain
so.
amount of voltage?
Yes, it's like a motor. When we induce current into it, it becomes magnet, and then it stops the motor.
Okay, so what happens if you induce the current through a plasmatic means, like as in a GAN's creation cell or whatever else, instead of an electron means?
You don't see what I'm looking at. It's coming very fast. Just wait a second. This guy is going at the speed of rabbit. He already found the core for it. There we are. There, show it. There, go. Come on, show it there. They're waiting. The rabbit is on the run. There it is.
Isn't that what these workshops are for? Is collaboration and the melding of the minds?
Yeah, look what you have, what you asked for. Your dream is in front of you. If you are the right dream.
Armin.
What Arman has here is he can nano coat the what do you call it? Put a copper nanocoat on one side of the magnet, and we can fix this to the other side of the magnet. This is a vacuum chamber. We can close the chamber, vacuum it, and feed it with hydrogen the way you want it. But the only problem is we can't see the sun.
No, you have to invert your bowls. It's an inverted sphere cut in half.
Yeah, inverted the sphere. No, but the
Both
thing, this is
magnets.
aluminium. So, no, he says it has to be inverted the sphere. No. He's talking about this way.
Yes.
Already the field is creating that. There's two fields.
The sphere, the half sphere is amplifying the magnetic fields.
No,
The
let's
polarities.
Mike, what, Armin, you better explain yourself. You're there. You're with it. You're explaining. There. Hold on.
All right, the sphere needs to be made out of magnet, cut in half. You flip the parts in half, and the two where the points come together, there's holes.
Yes, magnet,
Those
you are
holes,
limited.
and that's the ring magnets. Good.
Magnet, with magnet you are limited, but this is electronic magnets. What you do, you can increase and decrease your fields. You have one side south, one side north.
Okay, that's exactly what you need in it. It doesn't have to be that big, but I believe in order to see your star, it has to be opposites, because you have to be able to concentrate the magnetic field to harness the hydrogen that is being ignited.
If you look at it, this is your magnet,
Yes.
and the field
Now the
created.
gap, there's a gap between, I believe, which is half the distance of the depth of your bowls.
Mike.
Armin, can you check your mic, please?
Mike, I think it's your
Armin?
mic.
No, I think
Someone's
it's
mic
Armin.
is too close and we're getting breathing. Okay. Someone stop
I
breathing.
think Armin's getting too excited.
Yeah, stop breathing, Armin.
That's difficult, impossible. So what happened?
Nothing is impossible.
This is the magnetic dome you're looking for.
Yes, the drawing that you did, but you need a spark gap in between.
Yeah. This is a gap. When you look at the red, this is the gap between the two magnets, and the hydrogen is in this environment. This green.
No, there's an air gap between the cylinders.
Yes, there is a gap. We can dictate the gap, and in a way,
Okay. No.
electric current,
Hold on.
we can dictate the power of the. Pardon?
The way you have it drawn right there, that's not. Make the domes have a space in between them.
The dome will be made by the field themselves.
Right, he's saying that the green is the fields rather than the dome itself, and you're saying it needs to have the dome to have the effect because the domes concentrate the plasma, right?
Yes,
Because
the bowls are important.
The reverse bowls, when they're magnetic, tend to concentrate the plasmas. One of the discoveries of the Primer Fields movie and apparently the CERN one.
I have seen the primer fields and I'm familiar with them. So, but it needs to have the spark gap in there because you're creating the electrical current flow between it using the hydrogen and you're condensing it.
Yeah,
so if there's no spark gap, you can't get the spark.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Let me explain to you something. Maybe we extend the knowledge. Maybe we're right. Maybe we're wrong. If we put, as Armand showed, a nano-coated material here on either side of the magnets, magnetic fields create their own flows. So what you're going to get, you have this. You achieve your 0-point ignition in the middle. On the other hand, as we've seen with CERN using thousands of volts to create this spark, with what we did with the plasma and GaNs material, we used very few watt to create 127 Tesla. I think using the nano coating the way Armand suggests will give us the same facility. Maybe it'll be an idea to place a GaNs drop in the middle of the magnets and use the GaNs and the hydrogen to spark.
Yes.
Because then
Yes.
the nanomaterial will allow the release of the energy from the GaNs, from the plasma of the GaNs. This is how you reach, how you create rapid departure fields in the space technology. This is what we explained before. This, if we can demonstrate it this way, then you see it, because reactor 1 and SSI 2 has, and SSI 1 I think has the wiring. SSI 2, the one that Armand has put in, has this wiring to use the body of the dome and the plate to create such a field to compress the plasma to ignite. But in this term, it'll be the energy will be added to the free plasma, that it suddenly expands through gravitational magnetic field plasma layering of the nano coating. This in reverse we have in Armand's setting, is already set to be tested.
Okay. With the new
you don't need that
information,
much high voltage. Pardon?
Yes, that's what I mean. I don't think you even need the vacuum container.
No, because we
doing
have
it
the
this way because of it.
now. This sparkling point, the center point you're looking for, is already the free plasma, which we have created. And this process in reality is on the floor. When you look at the SSI 1, next to it the helmet is set for this job. Can we have a look at it, Rick? If you can go close
your Tesla
to
is going to be in the
helmet.
center.
Yes,
and the outer ring is going to be your lower voltage.
Yeah, the plasma. SSI lab, you have a live stream there now. Because we have this already, but it's on the run. Refresh here.
I think we'd get the most effective out of it if you were using the twinity hydrogen.
Maybe you're right. We have the facility here to test it. It's not impossible. There, the little chap on the floor with the wheels on the extreme right. If you look at the floor, there are no. On the bottom, that's Marko's you're looking. Yeah, there we are. We have a name for this. Armand says, don't. If you look...
let's not embarrass anybody today.
If you look on the floor, we have 4 wires. 1 wire is to feed the motor on the top. 1 wire is to feed the 3 motors base. 1 wire is to extract energy from the dome to open up the plasma. And 1 wire is set to compress the plasma, the same way as you're talking about. And this plasma we're talking about is the free plasma in the center. So we can compress it and what you call igniting, but in a way we call it rapid lift, creating gravitational magnetic field compression. Because we put the energy through the electrode on the wall on the top and on the wall at the bottom, and the energy will go through the plate to the nanomaterial, pressurizing or opening in a way the gases to reach to the center and compressing the free plasma. But we need 2 or 3 days for the free plasma in this dome to be completed because it's just been put on yesterday. So by experience, we know we need time for the gas fields to be released. It's a full star formation. This setup, if you see, it's got the wheels on it. The wheels are marked on the floor if any movement come. And at the same time, we can test the validity of your theory too.
Okay.
But we already have this. It's already online. It's on the floor.
Yeah, this isn't a new idea. It's it's just taking an existing idea and converting it into GANs, making it more efficient and usable for people.
So we already done this. This is part of the space travel technology.
And they control it by the voltage?
Very
This could be a good time to bring up Jeff's question, Rick. That's along the plasma pressure.
Definitely, Vince. I think that drawing was appropriate. We can bring that up
because it gives another viewpoint on exactly what you were just talking about with SSI-2 or Armin's reactor there. Do you have the picture, Rick? And I'll go through the.
Gotta find that again. I forget where I tucked that away. Let me see.
It's in the email. I forwarded to you.
Right. I think I already got it set up.
What is it?
Well, Jeff had a inspiration, let's call it, when we due to the 48th workshop, I think. And Jeff is the guy that does the fantastic animations that we all see, at least some of them. And so he had a question to do with the nano-coated plastic tubing and magnetic
excuse me, just 1 second. Sure. We just seen something on the live stream. Somebody is talking, maybe we launch a Dutch KF as well. Keshe Foundation is a Dutch entity. You cannot launch another Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation, because it's on the live stream we are watching, they're talking about setting up a Dutch Keshe Foundation. Dutch Keshe Foundation is Stichting the Keshe Foundation. It's the original, it's the mother. So we don't need another Keshe Foundation in Holland. Sorry, carry on.
Maybe some information for them to be able to join or be able to be part of that foundation or be part of that group, Mr. Keshe?
It'll be done once we go to Bari. It was there. Part of it was set up. Then we advise. You could get in touch to us through Webmaster, and then we advise you how to do and the way it's got to be done. The whole worldwide Keshe Foundation sits under the Stichting the Keshe Foundation in Holland. The mother sits in Holland. Okay, sorry, carry on.
Right. So this is the picture that we got from Jeff with the plastic coated tubes. So what he says here, it seems from the CO2 production process, by altering the voltage going into the plates, we can adjust the field strength and change the color of the GANs, which is a different maggrav. If we could essentially wrap the nano-coated plastic tube with a nano-coated copper wire in a coiled fashion, we should be able to alter the plasmatic strength of the copper wire and start changing CO2 GANs into other colors, as in adjusting the Coulomb barrier, and hence a different maggrav strength. So you could run one line.
Gert in Belgium has done such a test. He's put such a coil around his reactor. It is not a
Right, but this is a coil around a nano-coated plastic tube with GANs inside.
Okay.
So
It's the same concept, Mr. Keshe, as my fan reactor.
Exactly, but this
ring
is
reactors
like,
that I made.
because yeah, exactly. By putting a nano-coated copper wire around it, because I've even seen here when you add even just a little bit of voltage to a nano-coated copper wire, it does add to the voltage of that or whatever voltage you input, and so to me that's stating that the nano coating is changing that electrical input into a different type or a maggrav field. Instead of it just an electromagnetic field. Does that
Changing
make
the
sense, Mr.
frequency of
Keshe?
it and the vibration.
This is part of the process which goes in conjunction with the work of Mike. But
Right.
then you are limited. Then you are limited to the matter state.
Even if you use the nano-coated copper with a nano-coated plastic with the GANs, you're still limiting to the matter state?
In most of the cases, yes.
So it would have to be a plasmatic field applied to the nano-coated copper wire
Yeah,
instead
but
of
try it because what you can't try it because we tested this a few years ago. I still have it somewhere in the what do you call it, in the toolbox.
He uses the term external plasmatic compression.
That's right, to change the maggrav of the CO2 GANs, which would be in the nano-coated plastic tube, as in changing the GANs to a different maggrav strength. So instead of being CO2, could be a different
Yes,
a
but
different
what you
maggrav
gotta do?
strength. But would it be
I think
temporary or would it be permanent?
it's temporary.
Can I ask a question?
Let me explain just
we're
something.
to,
If you carry on, ask a question.
if you were to change the copper wire coiling and convert it to GANs, put it inside the tube as part of maybe the outer layer first, and still continue
This
your
is
layering
extraction of
process.
energy. This is extraction of energy. If you can, you cannot nano size the whole copper wire when you nano coat it and you put it in the tube. If you put that nano wire and bring it out of the tube by extraction and the pressure on the GANs, you create a huge amount of energy.
So you're talking about the opposite of what Jeff is saying here. Instead of adding energy, remove it from that wire, which will allow what to open it up inside the CO2 gas.
Let me explain to you. This we never disclosed. Now we are in it to do it because this has been done before. If you remember a simple test done by Dr. Evan Michael when he was here, when he squeezed the nano layer, he got a current out of the wire. Now, when you nano coat the wire and put it in a GANs environment in the center of the tube, and you create a gravitational magnetic pressure on it, is not a physical pressure, is the conversion of the plasmatic magnetic field of the GANs, which will pressurize the nano layer, which converts to huge amount. You can get megawatts out of this technology. Not nanowatts or milliwatts. Is your wire physical part, which will dictate the strength of the, what do you call it, current you can draw from it. When Dr. Ivan pressed it with his fingers, he crushed the layers. He released the energy between the layers. But when you create a gravitational magnetic field pressure on the GANs, the pressure on the wire and its nanolayers are indestructible. They cannot destroy the nanolayers. All they do, they compress the fields. You close you make the, what do you call it, the Coulomb's barrier much tighter. So you release that, as you make it tighter, you release the energy. That's the only way you can make it tighten. And that energy goes through the wire and it comes out. You can produce gigawatts. I told you, you open the door,
If
you talk and I open the door. If you understand and any of you can repeat this process, this is a combination of what we see on the screen now and putting a nano material inside. You put, let's say, 10 watt in to create the magnetic field pressure from outside, and you take totally different amount from inside. It's very much reverse of what, or a combination of what Arman is doing in the dome.
would
This
the
is a total
results
free
be
energy.
would the results be even more amplified? I guess if
Yes.
the tube was nano coated, then the wire was
Everything.
nano
You
coated
nano coat
separately.
work, nano coat everything.
Well, what I'm
Nano
saying is,
coat
it's
everything.
almost like the infinity loop. What I see in my head is, if the tube is nano coated and the wire are nano coated separately, and then they're wrapped around the tube and then nano coated again, that would amplify it even further, wouldn't it?
No. You nano coat your wire, the winding. You nano coat your tube. You nano coat your, what do you call it, another wire inside the tube, and you drain from it electric current.
Okay.
And
So the
if you
copper wire
do,
is keeping its own barrier. The plastic has got its own barrier on the inside and outside, and the wire on the inside has its own barrier, which gives you your alternating polarities, positive, negative.
I explain to you something. I think we're missing a point. I draw it, the video is open. Let me see if our video is open. Yes, our video is open, you can see it. If you have the tube, yeah? What you do, you put inside the tube a nano-coated winding. Yeah? Then you fill it up with a GANs. Then
Okay.
you put inside, in the center, another copper wire which is nano-coated. Yeah? And then
Yes.
you drain energy from this in respect to nano-coating from here. So what
From the
you
center core.
induce, yes. This is exactly what Arman is doing. But with this process, you put milliwatts and you get megawatts.
All
But
right.
you have to
Now,
understand, the plasmatic
does
flow
the
comes
ring
from
have to be
totality
so
of
far
the,
out?
pardon?
Does the ring have to be so far away, or can it be right up next to the, the core reactor? Like I saw Snep Chin's
Yeah, but the thing is,
version.
if you can nano-coat your tube internally and induce the electricity or power to the outside of it, the way Arman is doing, and you can put a nano-coated layer in the middle, you've done the same thing.
Okay.
The structure comes from the totality of the pressure from all directions. You understand? This is where you produce I have Armand running now. He is at it. When he says it's dangerous. So you go, what you do, you create pressure, magnetic field. You see, if you go back into what you did, you showed us a couple of weeks ago, you put a tin plate at the bottom of your liquid and it was nano-coated. In this process, you do exactly the same, but you've done the nano-coating, so the energy will pressurize the release of nano layers inside to be freed, but they cannot freed because they already have a GaNs material filled in. Then this total pressure puts a pressure release onto the nanowire in the center, and the nanowire, it has to release the energy is received in totality from the wire. And that converts from the DC to AC immediately, because it has to pass the barrier of the nanomaterial into the matter state. It's very much if you get your finger and squeeze your finger with the other hand. You put a pressure, that pressure has to go somewhere. But this is all plasmatic. And then you put a very little, but very little puts a pressure all the way around. In the reactor, you get a different thing. We have this in our small reactors. We put that little sphere in the middle, beginning nano-coated. These are set for the future test for these things when the knowledge is ready.
Quick question, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
Is there any limit to the amount of energy that should or should not be applied to the outside? Is it dangerous to apply too much energy to the outside?
You don't, you need a very little. You control it by what you get out. You don't control it by what you put in. You control your energy input by your output. You don't work the other way around. You want a kilowatt, you get a kilowatt. These are the new plasmatic reactors.
Ring?
This should cost you less than 10 cents to make. With $1, you have it. Armand already has one. Yeah.
Is the pressure, the plasmatic pressure, equal to the size of the ring?
Not really. It depends. One of the biggest problems you will have is, here we are. Armand can show you. He has one. Let's say the Armand is dangerous. So we have one here right in front of you. You see the center, you see the dome. Here there is a dome. Here you have the center. You nano-coat that. You fill this sphere with total GaNs material. You nano-coat the sphere totally inside. When you put the current on the outside to feed in, what you get from your center point is your power. But what you're getting is the total energy release by all the GaNs materials. The problem in this structure is being able to fill in the core with a homogeneous amount of GaNs. And that's why it goes back to what I said, you're not ready yet, because homogeneous GaNs can only be achieved if and when we come to collaboration with the Iranian government and the Japanese government with Fukushima. Because that's the time when you have access to free hydrogen 2, that with the GaNs of CO2 or copper oxide, you will get sediments. It will settle to the bottom. You need a flow. Atomic GaNs hydrogen will be on its own radical floating unit. So when you fill this in, doesn't matter how much of copper GaNs you put in, you always get residuals. You always get residuals and you have some water inside. If you can fill a dome like this size and then coat it, and then be able to extract energy from it, from the center and outside, this can give you kilowatts. Because you are extracting energy from trillions and trillions of plasmas, of GANs. You're not ready for it, but you see
And
the
it
structure
doesn't need to
coming
be
up.
spinning.
No, why should it? Because if you have
I'm stating that for everybody else.
yeah. No, but the problem is your CO2 or your copper oxide will sink to the bottom. And you've seen it, when you spin it, it goes to the side. The only way you can keep this going, it goes back again with our collaboration with the Japanese government. Because when you feel a system like this, it costs a few cents, and you put a hydrogen into it in a gas state, that's your power supply. You dictate the kilowatts and megawatts. This is exactly what we are doing now with the power reactors. This is how you produce rapid motion in the space in compressing the free plasma. This is what I explained to you yesterday, I think, or the day before in the teachings. We have brought you up step by step. And now the whole picture is coming together. You learn the production of the nanomaterials, your production of GANs, then you product the creation of the systems, in testing the systems. Now we are going into the balance control, then you go into the lift, and then you see the energy production at the same time from the same plasma. While you're compressing your plasma to a cheap condition, you can keep a constant pressure on plasmatic magnetic field that it gives you a constant energy throughout your travels in the universe. You don't need another energy unit. So the progress has been for you in that direction. But now there is a need, a step gap. We can produce atomic hydrogen tomorrow. This is what you do in the hydrogen systems. But this hydrogen is a single atom H, which is a single proton, and is absolutely useless. With this, you can decide what you want to drain. You keep your pressure, plasmatic magnetic field pressure, for your flight system, what Arman is doing, and in time we can drain from it. And as we showed it to you in the SSI reactor, we already facilitated for this. There is no, matter state, everything in the gas state pressure. And when you produce material in this kind of condition, when you produce energy in this kind of condition, you allow environment of existence like Earth. The center of the center of each planet, the center of each star, creates most of its energy and heat through this process. In winding you do outside, you try to create a gravitational magnetic field process. It's what I told you, and Arman, when we reach Barry, will do is we open this core, and we already spoke about it. There is 3 rings will go inside, and on the top, the same structure as what Mike showed us. Because I told you, when you're ready, we expand the knowledge. Then every tube inside and outside will be nano-coated. Then the nano-coating outside will dictate the pressure which goes inside through the magnetic field flow of the other 2 pipes. It's a self-sufficient system. This is how the stars work. And it's instantaneous. You can make the winding around the tube to add DC to it. You can nano-coat the wires, but then you have a limitation. But if you do what I explained and you can expand the knowledge further, then you can have megawatts and kilowatts as you need. But you have to understand what you're doing. Because if you have like water in the system, you have molecular structure limitation. Where in the GANs you don't, even though the water behaves like a GANs state in the water, in the core. This is what I said. Fukushima did not happen just for the sake of it. It happened because the man was ready for the development. And the same process, as we say, the countries like Iran, US and Russia, having access to this technology of producing H2, will be the new resources for humanity, for space and energy. And you can see how little it comes, the knowledge is there and you can induce it. Nowadays you can do it yourself, but this is why you should be. I said God has blessed us with a man who's here called Arman, and he comes up with all these things. By tonight, most probably be nano-coated and will be tested. You will see the results on the internet. Because it takes us literally a few hours to nano-coat these materials. We already have spoken about this before, but now it can be done because you're ready. But the biggest problem is how much GANs we can feed into this system to give it fully GAN size, because whatever GANs we put, we still get water out. We haven't managed to fill one in fully GANs, can we?
If we have enough GANs.
You have enough GANs, but the more you put in, the water comes out. The more water, the water comes out. Yeah, still we get water gradually. We can test this and show it to you. We can test your theory of the, what do you call it, the plasma, the way you've seen it from CERN with a little voltage. Here we have the facilities to do. And we test it for you.
I tried to post a video. I'm hoping that somebody will be able to pull it up so you can see it. They said it was the primer fields video, but the video states, the title of it says Strange Discovery at CERN. So I just assumed that it came from CERN. It's only a 2-minute video. But I put it in the GoToMeeting chat link.
Yeah, Mike, I posted it. I posted it to the Skype call there.
The biggest discovery at CERN was the shape of the building of CERN, which is the dome shape. So his big revelation was to take the two domes and invert them like you showed in your picture, so they're two half domes against each other, and then put the high voltage in, and that's what enabled him to cause the hydrogen to arc, basically.
Right, because this is from David Lapointe. He is the person that did the primer fields videos, and I think we talked about that back in the public teaching workshops.
Yep, a couple of years ago we dealt with that.
So it's the same concept.
I think very soon we'll talk about 20 years. Pardon?
Go ahead, Mike. What was that?
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat?
I was just saying it's the same concept. I see everything in spheres and half spheres or hemispheres. And this one just happened to catch my eye. And anything that's already working that I see, I try to convert it down to GANs in my head. And that's where the idea came from. And I believe that this will work a million times better with a nano coating and without high voltage.
You don't need high voltage when you have GANs or nano layers. Time of high voltage for creating plasma is gone, is finished.
Right, that's what I mean. The video shows them using high voltage in order to create the plasma ball. And, going along with their concepts, like you just said, we don't need those high voltages anymore, given our new knowledge. So let's do the same aspect, but with lower voltage.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you understand the true meaning of the voltage, we are still doing the same thing, but with the bigger numbers, we are spreading the load. The reason, this is what the people like in CERN and nuclear centers are getting spooked with our work, is that they don't understand. We are not doing anything any different. The only thing is different is that now we release energy of billions and billions of littles that totally they are very much bigger. And that's
Exponentially bigger.
yes, exponentially, but in a very different curvature. It's a, if you understand it exponentially, but look at the shape and twist like in vortex, but the helix vortex, that kind of exponential.
Oh. Click.
You understand? That's why RNA and DNA carry such a helix condition shape. Because from one end to another, the higher you go, the more energy you carry, plus what is from the bottom. This is what never understood. This is maybe explains a lot of to genetic scientists. Go back to the teaching of the health section 2-3 sessions ago. The energy received by the brain is not through the food, but there's mostly the gravitational magnetic field, which released by the what do you call it, degansizing the material we swallow, plus the gravitational magnetic field of a material which comes with from the lung, plus what is added with the heart with directionality to the bottom of the brain. So you start in a vortex of a little in your stomach, and it adds up with the lung and the heart, and by the time it gets to the brain, it still is exponential, is vortex and is helix at the same time. And then you receive a massive, you still receive from the lower to the higher. And that's how the body of the man works. And that's why RNA and DNA that have the helix, or the one on top of the helix has totally, even though it's the same amino acid in the chain, has totally different energy level than the same amino acid at the bottom. Because in that process, it still receives the energy, even if you put it vertical. The higher strength pulls towards the top and adds to it. It's very much north and south. When the magnetic fields go through the center of the Earth from the South Pole, they don't just go zoom up. They go into the helix vortex condition that at the top, due to the structure, come up in the openness. This is something which the scientists have to understand. And in these conditions, you achieve it. But your vortex, putting a wire in the center, because you created a nano layer in the center, is directioned towards it. And you can drain as much energy as you like, or condition in the flow of the field. You create your pressure.
So whoever came up with the wrapping the wire around it using copper nanocoated wire around the tube, they did a great job with it. Period. There's the point of all of my designs was to help people think about what's going on and to break free from the physicality of the sphere itself. And you can still have the sphere without having the ball or the shell. And I think what I'm trying to show is the concept, a proof of concept, because everybody needs something to see. So with the inverted domes, you can actually see the star.
Let me explain to you something, Mike. Nobody needs to prove concept. This hypocrisy has gone through the window. The ones who said, show us to prove a concept, they are the ones who are incompetent, show us that we can copy. That's all it is. But in Keshe Foundation, we show
I understand
freely.
that.
So it's for them to test it. And it's so cheap that everybody can do.
Yes, it is very cheap. I'm surprised.
Peer proving, show of concept is all the job and the talk of what I call incompetent people. I'm incompetent, you do it for me, otherwise it's not good enough. It's like a woman says, if you love me, buy me a bouquet of flowers. If a bouquet of flowers shows my love to you, that love is not worth even talking about. It's the same with the scientists. It's the same people with the incompetent people says, it's not in such a peer review, I don't believe it. So it means I'm stupid, I'm incompetent. Say, if you live that way, I will chew the food as well. You eat from now on whatever I chew. This technology is built for people like you and like hundreds and thousands of others who understand it's the time to add to the knowledge and not to be stuck to the past. Then it suits us well. That's why we set up the SSI University. We announced on Monday the full development and the release of the university. By Monday evening, it'll be totally released by the Keshe Foundation. I've just spoke during the progress with our people, what do you call it, on the ground, and on Monday, hopefully we announce it, and we release the whole lot. We received the totally, it's been agreed that the final phase has gone through. And so in that university, it'll be the only university where the patterns don't exist. And like now, if you look in what you and others have shown in past 2-3 hours, and what we taught how to do, it would have taken at least 5 years before it gets patent approved, and by then half of it would have been shelved. Now we teach unconditionally, openly, and that's how it's going to be. Knowledge of God has no value and no patents. I haven't seen a patent office anywhere in the universe yet, except on earth, which the man is used to stealing and thieving. And we see more and more scientists with the same ethos as you. You test, you put it on, others do, we do, and this is shaking a lot of governments and a lot of people who find out they have no room. And I thank you for you have opened a beautiful door into teaching furthermore, and maybe that's why you were not supposed to know about Keshe Foundation until about a few months ago, because then you would have come too early. You just arrived the right time.
I'm right where I need to be. I feel comfortable and I'm confident in what I'm doing, and I really enjoy helping other people. My helping other people, my repeating of it out loud or writing it, helps me understand it more. So if I sound redundant, I apologize to everybody. Please, I'm trying to get it out of my brain.
We all take according to our level of our intelligence, and our intelligence increases by disclosing but not by holding. As we teach,
and sometimes that can come so fast, though. It can come so fast, and you just need to get it out to be able to get more knowledge. That's the way it was for me too. I know what Michael's going through. Just the amount of information that you can think of at one point in time is incredible once you get onto a certain understanding. And I see Michael at that point.
I have the ability to save the world. I'm retired. I don't have to go to work. I don't have the distractions of everyday life. So I'm able to concentrate on this every day. I have disconnected myself from my family, but I'm reconnecting in the sense that the emotional part is all coming together with the physical part.
The mark of a plasma technologist, I think, is the disconnection from the family. I think we all experience that because we want to get more knowledge.
Yeah, and my family is very understanding in this.
Don't tell me Keshe Foundation becoming a bunch of retired people.
Well, there's a quote from Tesla I've got on my bulletin board. It says, "The mind is sharper and keener in seclusion and uninterrupted solitude. No big laboratory is needed in which to think. Originality thrives in seclusion, free of outside influences, beating upon us to cripple the creative mind. Be alone, that is the secret of invention. Be alone, that is when ideas are born. I would have to modify that
That's
a
a
bit
great saying.
for today's society to include that you can actually communicate with many others and still be original in your own stuff, as Mike and many others, Vince and many others have proven. So,
Well, I think that the point of that is to be comfortable where you are. Being alone, if you're alone, you have to be comfortable to be alone. If you're not comfortable, then you will not be alone. So then, if you're in a comfortable place, and like we are right now, we're in communication, but I'm still in a comfortable place, which brings out the creativity, I think, in a lot of people.
yeah,
Even with
still,
outside pressures on you, you still have that comfortable place to be able to think and to be able to contemplate and understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think,
Maybe,
with this being a
maybe,
workshop, you have to have the emotional side of it as well. And you, as a plasma technologist or scientist, or, as a human being with anything, you put your mind to it, you're going to get lost into it eventually. But you need to communicate with your partners and your family so that they know you're not going crazy. Share with them and show them, even if they don't understand. They'll start hearing things over and over again, and then they'll ask questions, and that brings them in and helps you raise their vibrations so that they are able to understand the concepts. And once the concepts are met, it's so easy. It is so simple. It's crazy. We have made things so complicated in our own minds and our own societies that, the communication part with your spouse, your significant others, or whatever, is key here. I didn't talk to my wife, she'd be gone. And it's only been 3 months. And a lot of people have been doing this for over a year. So I can imagine the kind of strain that, any free time that a person might get is divulged or given to the plasma technology. And you got to stop and go and stop and go. And that's why it's taking so long. For me, I'm able to isolate myself, but still be part of the family because I'm sitting in my living room. So I don't have my own room, my own lab. I have my iPad and my brain and a piece of paper. So communication is key. Let them know what's going on and what you're going through, and they can share that experience with you and kind of carry the burden, lighten the load.
Good advice, Mike. Thanks.
In some cases, Mike.
Yes, in some cases, not all cases.
Yeah.
maybe we expand on knowledge in a very short way. Inspiration and intellect comes when the emotional part interact with the physical part at a point of purity. What this means is that you add to your intellect or you get inspired when the emotional strength, which is your blood circulation, finds balance with the physicality at the level of your comfort. That's what, and that's when you achieve that, when you reach that point, you find you add to the strength of your soul. Inspiration and intellect is not something which comes. It's when the emotion is in balance and in the right order with your physicality. You find out a lot of people get inspired when they do certain things, certain procedures, certain what we call autism. But it's not autism, but in that point when they do things, they bring their physicality at a level which is in balance with the emotional at the point of release and interaction. Now you understand how you get enlightened, or you find intellect. And then once this intellect is achieved and is accepted to be correct, is added to your RNA, and the RNA adds for it in balance into DNA. And that's how you transfer the knowledge through your genes.
Did I lose everyone?
It's one of those toward
I'm
the
here.
end of the workshop blockbusters that Mr. Keshe likes to drop sometimes.
No,
Yeah,
when you are
I'm sorry,
ready,
it's
that
my
was
fault I was
good.
late.
That was good.
in time, people understand in part what was said in past 2 minutes. Because man never understood how he become creative, or how he receives the intellect, or he comes up with the inspiration to do something.
I feel like I've done it before. That's my personal feeling. I know it's there, so it tells me that it's innate, it's built in. You know, just given the right tools to help trigger those memories, and I believe that's what's going on here. It's all part of the awakening process.
Yes. Yes, I completely agree with you, Mike. And I can see just in my experiences, and with everybody else's, what they've described, being in a quote unquote good place extremely helps the creativity, and it makes a lot of sense that way. And that's the way I've seen it too, is what Mr. Keshe described here as well. So that's fantastic to see everybody else having that experience to be able to bring out that creativity.
But don't forget, the
Yeah,
creativity and the inspiration comes when it's added to the essence. That's why you get the prophet of God. They release that extra which allows the creativity and understanding to that level. And this time you receive the totality, so there is no limit to inspiration and to intellect.
And you can ask
if
yourself
people haven't
questions
noticed,
and get answers.
In a way,
if
you're
you
part
haven't
of the
noticed,
Peace Corps, you
everybody
understand?
that's sorry.
Carry on.
If everybody's noticing, you know, where you started out bigger and we're getting smaller and smaller, and eventually all of the physical stuff is going to disappear, and you're just going to know that it's there because you've created that field. And I believe that's where we're going, from matter to a non-matter state. And that's what I picture in my head. Just imagine your reactor slowly fading away. And now your plasma is still there, still interacting, still doing its job. It just doesn't need the ping pong ball walls to hold it in place.
So you
gotta
have the light,
figure that out.
but you don't have the matter.
Correct.
Yes, that's exactly. I've seen that as well. Well, thought it.
Yes, it's being seen. You know, mine come as pictures in my head, along with, it seems like, billions of words that are attached to those pictures that I wake up in the morning and I just know. And as you're going along that process, you have to trust your intuition, because a lot of those things are going to seem crazy. And I've taken my pictures and I've shown them to you guys. And
Yeah,
you
you
guys
have to be very open.
Yes, you guys are eating. Oh, this is great. And, to me, it was a picture. Now I'm understanding why I have that picture, and that's where it feeds into itself, becomes self-sustaining.
Sorry, I'm teaching Armand something. I'm just running into complication. 1 second.
I
we
can
got
talk
two.
about this all night, but I know other people are tired. It's almost 5
we are
o'clock here in the
we're at
United States.
11:55. We have never gone this far in our teachings. It's nearly 12 o'clock. I,
Almost up to
I,
4 hours on the recording.
I have a line booked for China at 12 o'clock. I have to be online. We have to wind this up.
Please, everybody.
We'll have the pictures from Brett, but we'll let them go until the next workshop, I think. It was too much to get into right now. There's over a dozen pictures, so it's nanomaterials.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we do that first next workshop, okay, Rick? We'll keep that noted.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And for you too, Brett, okay?
Please, everybody
do you
to
want to
see my designs.
You're quite welcome. You're inspiring us to release more knowledge, and thank you for being there.
Thank you for including me and being able to share my work with people. Everybody can use my designs. I don't own them, okay? The universe owns them. Use them, design great things with them. But as with always and anything, use caution and common sense. Please. The world depends on it. The universe depends on it.
We'll see each other next week, next Tuesday. And thank you very much for being here. I have to go to, I pre-agreed a talk with at 12 o'clock. If and when we receive the news we get the agreement to release, the establishment of the SSI will release it. Doesn't matter if it's on a Valentine Day, then show our love to humanity. On the other hand, I think it'll be nice if Rick could show the new CO2 kit unit which has been released by Keshe Foundation China this week, and the health pad. I think a lot of people haven't seen it, and they see it for the first time. It's somewhere in the archives. And in so many ways, I thank the Peace Corps in facilitating the good news we received today from Ukraine.
Yes, congratulations to Ukraine and the people there and everybody involved in the peace talks. This is what we're shooting for. Thank you guys and have a wonderful day.
Yes, thank you everybody for
Thanks very much, Mike.
all the information and the extent of knowledge.
Yes,
so we'll just keep it open here while Mr. Keshe, he can drop out and resume his other call. But Rick will just keep it open so you can show the health pad and the CO2 kit.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a picture of the health pad here. Let me just get it up better. Okay, there's another picture of the health pad. This is the magnetic pad that is being developed by the quantum group. You can see their insignia there.
This is the health pad, which can be wrapped around areas of the body and mitigates pain. We've had other people having success with different versions. So this is great to be able to get directly from the Keshe Foundation suppliers. You can go to magrav.com, I do believe, and get the information there for this product. Then there is the CO2 kit. Rick, you have that picture somewhere?
Okay, there's a picture of the CO2 kit. Pretty snazzy looking, efficient looking kit is what it is, with the valve on it and made of plastic. Little cup that you can collect the GANs in. And it has a cover too.
I'm pretty sure
nice.
that I'm pretty sure that Evans had shown the working model of this quite a while ago, and this is just the finished product. Is that right?
Right. They're getting it made, injected, molded, I think, and so on.
Right. That was at that point, but I believe they're shipping it now.
Right. I think so.
Is there anybody on the live stream that has ordered and received one of the CO2 kits?
I've ordered 10 of them, but I have not received them yet. I was told that they were going to be shipped out on the 5th from China. I ordered mine back on January 1st, and I know everything's brand new and everybody's got a high demand for it. So, but I haven't received mine yet. I'm expecting them the next day or so.
Okay, fantastic.
Anyway, in regard to the shipment, a less bulky, foldable design would be much better to reduce the cost of the shipment and also the time of the shipment. So this is a very good design. I like it, very nice, but still can be improved. I remember a talk from A.G. Gold as a chocolatier, that when you design a new chocolate, first you see the available standard packing, because if you use a not standard packing, the cost will be several times more than the cost of the product. So this may apply to other products as well.
I picture this design being added to as
Right,
well,
but I think
with multiple slots, but this perfect right here for CO2, the multiple slots would be more for a different type of GANs to be pulled. But that's for later development. This is what's going on now.
right. I believe this is due to the ease of creation, not for the best shipping methods. But the main aspect of the CO2 kit that I think they wanted to highlight was the fact that the GANs is collected at the tap, where you can just open the tap instead of having to use a syringe. That makes the GANs collection a lot easier. And I'm not sure everybody's experience in the GANs collection, but having it in one place where you can just open it up into a different container is definitely a plus on my book.
This is really great, and what I can add to it, maybe a design. I don't know how it is shipped, because I see all making a whole body. If the legs, the support would be detachable, and also a detachable tap to reduce the size, and to make the container in shape to fit the supports, the stand and the tap inside, that would make the product more compact for the shipment. And also maybe another way to design for bulk packing. But let me tell you the inspiration which I've got. I worked with export-import business with plastic products as well. And there are designs in conical shape which can all the trays put one into the other to save space, and into a bigger, larger carton, so you can put many sets, and the smaller parts packed separately. So you can arrange to have local distributors to whom to send without fancy packing, but all to be compacted in a better way.
I believe they already have distributors set all the way around the world. You can find the distributors on the MagRav website and order directly from those MagRav distributors, which will carry each individual product. And those distributors will be receiving at certain points in time, is what I understood. They'll be receiving shipments and being able to distribute them from their local place. So essentially cutting the cost of shipment, and it will increase the time because it has to go through another person, but decreasing the cost of shipment. So that's I think the way that they're trying to do it, so that the distribution is even throughout the entire world and not just directly from China. Then again, I think they are also offering directly from China to improve the speed of the shipment for an additional cost.
That's very good, and that's why I'm proposing just idea for further development. Probably there will be 4 or 5 different models until will be found the best.
Well, they have to, there probably will be different models that come up, but they also have to have a price break where they have to produce a certain number in order to make the price down to under $20 and so on for people. So
yeah, sure. Tooling is a huge cost.
What this is doing right here, guys, is this is creating a baseline for everybody across the world to achieve the same results. That's the concept of this, so that there is no contamination between the actual GANs and going to the environment. As long as the container that you put the GANs in is clean, then you will have the same results with the same CO2 every single time, as long as you use the same amount. And I think that's the point with this one. And Sandor, you're right. We have to, I think what you're doing is building that textbook or the rule book one page at a time. And this is the first page is the CO2 kit. The second page is, your idea as far as combining or making it more efficient or making it smaller, whatever it is that your goal is. But this right here provides a baseline for everybody to achieve the same results, I think.
Yeah, congratulations. It's a great product. So no problem with that.
Yeah.
So,
long video to try to get uploaded and so on. So I think we should end that. If you want to carry on the conversation, we can do so. And we've got lots of food for thought for the next workshop as well now. So well done, everybody. I think we should wrap it up. Is there any last remarks or things?
No, I think that's good, Rick. So I think it's time to end the workshop.
Great. Okay, once again, thank you everybody for attending the 49th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop.